all you fine folks out there in YouTube land. How you guys feeling? How we feeling? Let's get my big face off the screen. Good morning. Happy hump day. GTA, good morning, my friend. Caesar C, Germ Corp, Huta Morgan, my friend. Low Key, Arctic Fox, Alaska, Sabrina. What's up, Sabrina? Dropping all that good news. Much appreciated. Hopefully I'm not muted or anything. Hopefully we're off to a good start. It is J Powell Day. Is he going to be a Grinch? Is he going to be going to bring us a Santa rally? What's going to happen? Tune in to find out. Let's turn this down just a little bit. We also got more FTX hearings today, if you guys are interested. So that was the reason Kevin Oleary wasn't there yesterday. He's slated to testify today. There's another actor. I think there's 4 people altogether. Hold on, I will get that. So that starts at 10. I'll leave it up to you guys if you want to check it out. Junk Savvy, good morning, Junk Savvy. You guys let me know. It may be interesting. It may be a little less dry because it is Kevin Oleary and let me see. I'll tell you the other people. One second, guys. I'm sorry. Crypto crash. Why the FTX bubble burst? Let's see. So the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs will meet in open session to conduct a hearing entitled Crypto Crash, Why the FTX Bubble Burst, and the Harm to Consumers. The witnesses will be Professor Hillary J. Allen, American University, Washington College of Law, Mr. Kevin Oleary, Shark Tank Dude, Ms. Jennifer Schulp, Director of Financial Regulation Studies, Center for Monetary and Financial Alternatives at the Cato Institute, and Mr. Ben Mackenzie Shankin, actor and author. Maybe you guys know who he is. I do not. So again, it starts at 10. I think it'll be kind of like the GameStop hearings last year, where each individual representative questions whichever one they want. So I don't think it'll be like, well, Kevin Oleary's testifying, then the other one, then the other one. Well, that's troubling, GTA. That is troubling. Hopefully that's not true. That guy's up to his old tricks. Oh, interesting. Thank you for that, Junk Savvy. Anybody invested or just interested in that MMTLP saga that's unfolding? Check out the post in the Discord chat. Yeah, I think so too. Low-key. I think that's pretty obvious at this point. The timing of it all just doesn't make sense. And there is a little bit of pushback. You know, we heard some pushback during the testimony yesterday, questioning. And now also what was also interesting, low-key, is how at first the Bahamas said, you know, they were going to conduct their own investigation, and there was a little bit of worry of what they were going to turn over, and then they kind of flipped on that too. So and the Fed. The big news today, expecting that half percent, 50 basis point raise. I think that's pretty guaranteed. I mean, obviously nothing in life's guaranteed, but I think that's a pretty much a given right now. I don't think he's going to go any higher. I don't think he's going to go any lower. And then it all lies on what he has to say at 2:30 p.m. And the market's pretty flat going into the open. The S&P down a little bit, NASDAQ down a little bit. The Dow's been right around even. So may see a lot of that all morning with anticipation. And then again, I think you have to look at this like two separate catalysts. You have to look at this like the actual rate hike being its own thing, and then Jerome Powell speaking being a complete different. Not saying that it's going to happen exactly like that, but that's how we seen it play out last time with the big run after the rate hike, which I didn't even understand that. There wasn't much fear of him going any higher. The 75 basis points wasn't unexpected, but nonetheless, the markets ran and then the markets crashed. So it could be any combination of that. It could be flat. Jay Powell could come out and be kind of neutral. Yeah, I seen what you were saying. Somebody got charged too, GTA for the CEI. I seen Zach Morris and a bunch of those guys facing some pretty heavy backlash from the SEC for pump and dump schemes on Twitter and things like that. Which is why here at Outside the Charts, we never give financial advice. Yes, and also check out that if you're interested in that MMTLP. Highly recommend. And actually, even if you're not, if you have a little bit of time, there is a video Junk Savvy just posted in the live chat in Discord, and it's if you have any questions about how shorting works, how pretty much how the market works. Now, it's the former CEO, John Berta, of Torchlight. But he explains the whole process from the inception of the company back in 2012, 2013, how they were being manipulated back then, leading right up into the merger. And one thing that I learned on that is, again, not financial advice, but when we see these offerings that include warrants, to me, that's a big red flag to stay away from them. So he broke that down, and it makes complete sense. It makes complete sense in the fact of now they can naked short essentially without having to borrow anything. So if I buy a share that comes with a warrant at the offering, I can sell that share, get my money back, and then I can short against that warrant. So highly recommend highly recommend checking that video out. We were going to put a video out ourselves, but this is the CEO of the company. Couldn't really say it any better than he did. And, you know, and not for nothing, every share the video, like it, get it out there, anything like that, raise awareness, because this could be very big, guys, and it does directly affect anybody that's holding AMC, holding GameStop, or anyone that's just been screwed over. Anyone that's owned a stock that you've watched it get shorted to the ground, things like that. And, a big takeaway of it is that these short sellers aren't just, they're not just screwing other investors. They're screwing humanity. You know how much development is getting stopped, how many companies who knows where we would be right now. So much suppression of technology, of moving forward, and it's all out of greed. It's all out of greed. It's out of people that are playing a dirty game. And hopefully this brings some justice. Randy! What's up, buddy? I like that. Bringing you that news that you can use. What's up, Hills Bills? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, true. But then, so then the other side of that, Junk Savvy, is it made me worried even about that, because he addressed that where, and that actually hit home to me, because I'm somebody that uses a cash account, has my share lending turned off. But we've clearly seen that doesn't always mean that your shares aren't technically getting lent out. But I agree, you should always make sure that you have those off. And we talked about this the other day, maybe in the Discord, I forget where we were, about people, and I was telling you with my brother-in-law, like, he has his share lending on. He's only invested in blue chip stocks. So for him, it's not a big deal. I still don't recommend it, but it's when you're dealing with these heavily shorted, hard to borrow, things like that you definitely want to make sure. Although, like I said, it's about an hour-long video. I didn't really watch it. I listened to most of it, which, there's no visual. It's just the gentleman doing the interview. And it made so much sense. So much stuff makes sense. And hearing it not from a trader, not from somebody who invested, not from somebody on the outside looking in, hearing it directly from the CEO's mouth. And especially that he wasn't just, his beef with FINRA goes back to 2014, right? So he talks about that, where he used a great example. Now, these numbers may not be spot on, but basically, so when Torchlight came out, they had, I think he said that they had maybe around 25 million shares, 20 or 25 million shares at the time. And FINRA sends out every 2 weeks, gives them their short report, which goes to any company that's listed on NASDAQ, and you can see it. So he got one, and there was 3.5 million shares shorted of Torchlight. 2 weeks later, he gets the same report, and there's only 1.5 million. Now he looks at the total volume that was traded during those 2 weeks, and it was less than 2 million. So there's no way that 2 million shorts could have covered. So what had happened after he contacted FINRA was those shorts were taken off the exchange into a dark pool and never located again. So now FINRA is putting out false information, because they're saying that only 1.5 million shares are shorted, when in actuality they know that 2 million short shares have been taken. So that right there, where he starts the saga, and then you start to see, you start to see a trend, and then going into the MMTLP, which was never meant to be traded, And the fact that FINRA just or the OTC markets and then through FINRA basically said, well, these guys filed to and we're gonna let it, like, it's a very, this should be what we're watching in front of the Senate today, because this is they wouldn't need too many hearings because it's all right there in front of them. It's not I don't know. Good morning, my lady. Happy Wednesday. Hope you're doing well. Hope Nunya's down there doing okay, down in the still down in Florida. Visa pledges to invest $1 billion in Africa to accelerate digital transformation. It seems to be the new thing. The new thing is getting money to Africa. We got to figure out ways to get money to Africa. You can transfer money to Africa quick. You know what that tells me? Maybe write this down. Africa will be the next place that needs democracy. Just saying. Chevron to create JV. What's that? A junior varsity team for the U.S. geothermal projects. So Chevron getting put down to the JV squad. I'm not sure where he is down there, GTA. Probably close to you, though. I know he's down there for work. Oh, Celebrity Cruises launches the world's first digital cruise ship experience in the metaverse. I don't know if I'm feeling that, Sabrina. Especially, well, the airfare is expensive, but cruises are dirt cheap right now. You could probably go on a cruise for less than an Oculus. Oh, he's at down there in Titusville. Well, yeah, Junk Savvy, and the fact that they knew that back then, it affects everybody. Okay, so it affects the company, right? Because you're concealing, you're putting out false information. It affects the investor. It affects literally everybody. And then to that side, Junk Savvy, do you think that that it only goes one way? So for example, if they can manipulate it and put the numbers so that a stock that's shorted 30% of the float only appears to be shorted 5%, can they also make it appear like a stock is far more shorted than it really is? So they want to pump a stock up. All they got to do is put out a short report, let it hit Reddit and hit the streets, and all of a sudden such and such has a 30% of its float, 140%. And the fact that they put those numbers out, which that's what always worried me, is like, okay, you put out a number that says this stock is shorted 140% of the float, which is literally legally impossible, but there it is. So you have to wonder, like, you look at situations like Revlon, like Redbox, the numbers that we were seeing on them, 240% of the float shorted. That's a no-brainer. We got to get in on this. It's squeezing. So, maybe I'm off in left field on this one. Maybe I just woke up with my tinfoil hat on. But it doesn't seem like anything's a coincidence. One day, Carnival Cruise Lines, yeah, they will, and they've been doing pretty good. I've been keeping somewhat of an eye on them just because I know Arctic Fox is in there, right around that $9 mark. They got up to, they were over 10 for a minute. Earnings coming up. What's today? What's that? Monday. Non-refundable. What's up, Non? All right, guys. 9 minutes. 9 minutes before the preliminaries start. And then again, 10 o'clock. You guys let me know. Maybe we'll throw it on for a minute and see if there's any more context. Like I said, the reason I wanted to see Kevin Oleary testify is because he's gonna be getting it from both sides. He's gonna be getting it in the sense of an investor who possibly lost out on this, but he's also gonna be getting it as a ambassador to the brand for him signing on to it. And what I'm interested to find out is the due diligence that was done by some of these people. What's going to come of these lawsuits against the likes of Kevin Oleary, Larry David, Steph Curry, Tom Brady. All the celebrities that were involved in this are named in the suits. And I don't know how I feel about that yet. Because again, I don't expect, okay, if any celebrity endorses a product and I go and buy the product and it sucks, I can't sue them and be like, listen, they told me this was the best thing ever and it's terrible. It just doesn't work that way. So I don't really see why this should be any different. But again, Kevin Oleary being a finance guy, I think his is a little bit more of a gray area. But as far as Brady, I mean, Larry David in the commercial literally told people not to buy into it, and I guess on the other hand, Tom Brady told everybody to buy into it. But I don't think that they should really be on the hook for it. Now, I think maybe that if they did profit off it, if they didn't lose the money that they were given to endorse it, maybe that should have to be put back into the pool. I like this idea of people like that donating to charity, but I think, even with the politicians, give the money back, make sure all the customers are made whole, taken care of. Then if there's money left after that, sure, charity it up. Yeah, exactly. By suppressing the true short interest, they help create a false sense of the stability of the stock, defrauding the longs. Yeah, it's punching in the throat, whichever side it is. You know what I mean? And like he said, what also was interested in that interview was he talked about getting the funding before the merger to bring metamaterials public, that he eliminated 80% of the people, that they had given him a list of investors that were going to be in that round of funding. And he knew how these people played. He knew that they were going to short his stock because they've been doing it for years. And he turned down a lot of money. He still ended up getting the deal. But I really respect the guy. Now, full disclaimer, this is a guy that ran a company, and we don't know if he's on the level. I get the feeling that he is, but again, he's just another human that I've never met, so I don't want to make it seem like I'm just putting this guy on a pedestal. He doesn't seem like he has a reason to lie. He doesn't seem like he's trying to get rich quick off this or anything. And he laid out his argument with a lot of proof. So for that, I respect him. I think he's, hold on 1 second, guys. 5 minutes before the open. 5 minutes. Give me one quick second here. All right. Just had to do something there real quick. Blessed Auto Group. What's up, Blessed? How you feeling? I need to know how you're playing into this. I still got puts from yesterday. I didn't want to get greedy, but you know what I had noticed? That I had bought them, Blessed, with unsettled funds, which I normally never do. And I don't have any good faith violations. I could have sold them yesterday and took a good faith. They're still up 300%, I think, but they got up as much as 600% yesterday. And they were cheap. They were $35 ones that are worth $95 now. So I'm playing it cautious, because if I can offload them before 2 o'clock, I probably will, and maybe get another position. It scares me though. It scares me because that it was so wild the last time. I may look at what you were saying, Bless. Say the market goes sideways for the first 2-3 hours. What I'm looking at is maybe going both ways, up and down. All right, 2.5 minutes to go. 2.5 minutes to go. Yeah, I mean, and they might fool us both. They might fool us all, Blessed. That's the only thing I'm worried about, is if we come out of both of those flat. Say we get just a little bump, 0.5% or something at 2 o'clock, and then J. Powell speaks and it just goes sideways. That would be the worst case scenario in that. And that just shows, there's no foolproof guarantee. There's no, especially when you're playing calls and puts, if you want to play both sides, it's high risk. It could be high reward, but you have to know what you're getting into. Real quick, another thing that Junk Savvy that he touched on in that video that I thought was really interesting was about how they essentially took the risk out of shorting. So you should know, when you short, the losses are infinite. The gains aren't. The gains are 100%. You know what I mean? But the losses could be infinite. And by halting trading, they essentially cap the losses. So going to be very interesting to follow this MMTLP. I like that CEO. I think if that guy keeps making noise, people keep sharing his videos, because he's not an investor. He's not he's actually got hard evidence. And again, I'm not in MMTLP, just full disclosure. I'm just cheerleading. But I am following it closely, because it is going to affect, in my opinion, unless somehow it gets swept under the rug. In that case, then we're all screwed. But if it does come to light, it's going to change the way that the market trades forever, in my opinion. That's exactly why I'm worried about it, Blessed, because it hasn't happened one time. But I agree. I think it's minuscule, but I think we have to look at it. And there is that bell, guys. Is Streamlabs still sleeping? Let me know if Streamlabs is still sleeping out there. I will try to get him up and running. Tiny Boxes up early in the morning, scratching and yawning. Let's go, Tiny. When Tiny makes it for the bell, it's got to be a good day. It's got to be a good day. Market opening, S&P flat, NASDAQ down 0.1%, Dow Jones up 0.1%. Nothing. And I'm hoping, I forgot we got that 5-minute subscription rule. I'm hoping to see a familiar old friend in the chat here anytime soon. So keep your eyes out. Tell him, Tiny, let's friggin' go. All right. Across the S&P top 10, we got Apple opening red, Microsoft opening up 0.5%, Amazon down 0.25%, Tesla still having troubles here. But, you know, Elon came out, made a little statement yesterday, says in the long term, he plans to make Twitter a good thing for Tesla. Now, whether that's through advertising, he didn't go into any details, but I think he's right. And the more I see these talking heads bash Elon for Twitter, they had a guy on CNBC this morning. Now tell me how messed up this is, okay? And I have no skin in this game, but this guy's like, well, I could see why nobody wants to drive a Tesla anymore, because you're pretty much basically just driving around with a MAGA car. It's basically a MAGA car. And it's like, you got your head so far up your ass to say some stupid shit like that, excuse my language, I'm sorry, on television. But how is that not manipulation? How, when you're a talking head and you can come out and say some dumb stuff like that and smear a company like that, you're going to end up like Zach Morris. Sorry, I was having too much fun. AMC to launch co-branded credit card with Visa in early 2023. Yes, and also, I seen with that, Sabrina, they're going to be having some contests, chance to win maybe tickets to see a movie with Adam Aaron, something like that. Yeah, that's what they said on CNBC this morning. I'll try to get the clip. They said that because of what Elon's been saying on social media, which I just see him putting facts out there. I don't see him defending or taking a side. Some people can construe it that way. That's their right. But I've yet to see Tesla endorse Donald Trump or... I in fact see the opposite. I see people that are getting rid of Teslas because they say Elon's a Nazi and then go buy a Volkswagen. Do I need to give any context to that? I don't think so. I think you guys can pick up what I'm putting down. So the hypocrisy is real. What really gets me is, I'm sure Tesla shareholders aren't a bipartisan issue. I'm sure there's people on the left, people on the right, people on the center, people that could give two shits about politics that all own Tesla. So these idiots that are running their mouths, affect a lot more people than just who they perceive as the bad guy. I'm telling you, GTA, that dude's got his boat loaded. In Doge. Because he knows it's Doge. Is that the same one that called it Dogecoin? GRIL. Pokimoto enters new market by signing first agreement in California. No, it's still got the inflation on it. Yeah, that's a strange situation too, CBS. What's the deal with them not paying rent on Twitter? I would have to think, tinfoil hat, I would have to think that they're trying to get the hell out of California. But I think did it say that they're not paying, that they weren't paying rent in international ones too? What's up, Billy Ray Mullentine? Yeah, that $100 Doge. We all remember that. I told him, I'm like, it could have went to $100 if it 5 million X'd. It didn't. It went to, 73 cents? And 73 cents and $100 is a big difference. Big difference. How you feeling, Billy Ray? What you liking today? Tiny. Yeah, it's pretty wild. All right, all three indexes up about just under 0.25%. Yeah, I seen the headline, and then I seen like a sub headline that said something about the international offices. But yeah, I mean, it would make sense. I mean, he moved SpaceX to Texas. We can debate whether he's in it for the money or not, but at the very least, I think we could all admit that he, as far as financially, he wants Twitter to be profitable or at least sustainable. And I don't know, maybe he's looking at it like, well, maybe we shouldn't be located in a place that's going to hand out millions in reparations. Maybe that's not something that Twitter's looking to do right now. I like it. Feeling good. Yeah, only 99.3% off the highs. Good times. All right, there's a little green to send home. Not much, but AMC kicking it into the green, up 0.1%. Ape up 1.7%. GME up 2%. Mullen, back-to-back good days for Mullen. Up another 7%, up near 23 cents on Mullen Automotive. Centro up just a little bit. CEI right down in GTA's loading zone, baby. Let's go. Oil prices, how they doing? And I think this is who's the chair of this commission? I think it's the guy with that smoked too many cigarettes. The guy that kind of talks like this. He sounds like Alex Jones, but without the southern accent. So crude up, 76.65 on crude. We got oil moving. Oh, you just got the 12-hour ban, Tiny? I haven't got any of those. I keep getting banned from Reddit for 3 days at a time, though. What are you going to do? All right, 9:38. We are almost 10 minutes into the market. Still climbing. All three indexes running pretty close to each other. Don't see that often. That tells me that it's artificial. Not financial advice, but that's how I see it. When we start to see real movement, we start to see gaps between these. Hey, that's what you need, though, Billy Ray. You need that snow. Nikki looked at me on the way to school today. I put on some Christmas music, and I'm having a tough time getting into the Christmas spirit myself. Don't get me wrong, but I try to get him into it, and he was like, "Dad, it doesn't even feel like Christmas." And I thought he was gonna I thought it was something I did. He was like, "Not even any snow." He was like, "I don't get it. It snowed in September. We got a whole bunch of feet of snow. Now it's almost Christmas, and there's no snow." And I'm like, I don't know. We are supposed to get a couple feet this weekend, though. So enjoy it. Moonbound, baby. Let's go, GTA. Gotta look at the bright side. Billy. That's all. I love the how many different names I've called you now over the years, Mr. Mullentine. That's one thing I would like to have. I'm not. I hate looking at myself or hearing myself, but I would like a clip show of all the different names that I've called you over the time. Okay, well there you go. You get some money. That'll put you in a good mood. There he is. There's the gentleman that I was speaking of. The one and only Soda Man. What's up, Soda Man? Oh, dude, great to see you, my man. Great to see you. Man, you'll see a cheese on my face all day. Guys, you guys all remember the legendary Soda Man. Show that man some love. Reunited, and it feels so good. And Junk Savvy, I'm not sure if Josh is in that. I do want to talk to him though. MIA's headphones, yes. I'll send him a message on Facebook, Mr. Miggs. He's been living his best life lately, and I have a feeling, Junk, that he may have stepped away from the market because he's been keeping busy. I keep tabs on him, but yeah, I'm gonna message him and make sure. Now, I think he may have got out of MMTLP. I feel like he may have sold his MMTLP and still been in metamaterials. Last Kazi, what's up, Last Kazi? Good to see you. Yeah, it is so awesome to have a real one back with us. Very, very cool. All right, I guess that helps a little bit with Christmas, Ms. Savvy. Right back at you, Soda Man. Right back at you. If you think for a minute that I ever stopped thinking about you, wondering how you were doing, you would be wrong. You would be wrong, my friend. And cheers. I hope everything's going as well as possible. I'm sure you're dealing with life like we all are, but you're a strong dude. And it is great to have you with us, buddy. It is great to have you with us. $9:42. We're just getting started here. So I think at 10, we'll throw that on for a minute and just see where it goes. We'll watch the first line of questioning and see kind of if this is going to be a blame HBK, SBK. Hey, it's Christmas, Junk Savvy. What are you going to do? Everything's out in the open. I got to be my own co-host today, so I got, you know. It's so cool too, Soda Man, because I got 2 messages in the last 2 days from some people that I haven't talked to in a while. You being one, my good friend Nick DePrima being the other. So hopefully he'll be joining us. But he's doing well, and you know that's the thing. I don't like reaching out to people with them thinking like, "Hey, come look at my channel. I want you." As like, it's not even about. I just want to know people are doing okay. I know my homegirl Scooby over there. I would like to reach out to her, but I see she's doing well. I keep tabs every once in a while. I could play that game too. Definitely multiplicity. She touched my peppy, Steve. I love that movie, Billy Ray. Verizon teams. Is that the actual headline too, Sabrina? Verizon teams with Netflix to lure streaming customers. Oh, golly. So I would expect maybe some prepaid plans. And, you know, we talked about this right before Netflix last earnings about with them launching the ad-based campaign, that what we might see is, because we talked about like Disney Plus, Hulu. A lot of people have Disney Plus, have Hulu, have stuff like that, but don't pay for it per se. They don't pay directly into it, so they're not paying a subscription fee, but maybe their phone bill's picking it up. Certain credit cards you can get like free, Disney Plus for a year or something. So I could see that. Yeah, I feel you on that, Soda Man. Christmas is always a tough time of year. I trust me, I get a lot of joy out of Nikki. But, my ma has a tough time with Christmas. We lost somebody real close that we had to bury on Christmas Eve. So it's always a little tough. But hey, you know what, Soda Man? We're going to get through it, brother. We're going to get through it, and we're going to make the best of it. And, sometimes the best situations come from the worst situations. So you just got to be that. Oh, push to become streaming middleman. I like that. Middlemen seem to do just fine in today's economy. Middleman is actually where it's at. Yeah, that bot's in the mood today. I don't know. Is he even he's like half working? Okay, so at least he showed up today. Streamlabs. Mullen up over that 23-cent mark. AMC now into the red. GameStop holding a little bit of green. Ape still up 1%. What time we got? 9:47. Let's take a look at that heat map. And the first heat map of the day, always a little blah, nothing bright. Other than Comcast down 35% and Charter Communications down 11%. So what is going on with them? Let's check that out. So Charter Communications down 13% now. On what? Charter Communications price target cut to 541 from 551. Outperform. So they spent $5.5 billion on high speed internet upgrade. So I'm not seeing much other than some price target changes. Well, isn't that sweet, Mr. Millionaire? I appreciate that. And I feel the same in regards to all you guys. Yeah, I don't know how to Twitter either, Tiny. I'm like an old man on Twitter. I just retweet stuff that I find funny usually, or either funny or interesting. So 9:49. Who is on this committee? Full committee hearing. Yeah, so I think we'll throw it on for a minute when it starts, and then then we'll see how it goes. If it seems like it's going nowhere, if it seems like it's just a nobody that's there can answer the questions type thing, we will we'll get it off. I'm about to subcontract you out to run my Twitter account, GTA. You know what the young people like. All right, guys, 9:50. We're 20 minutes into the day. And this really, like I said, to me, this is the last big event of the year. for the market, or planned event, I should say. Planned, something that we can that we know is coming. Obviously, something can happen on any given day that can be a major catalyst. I still think, not global advice, I still think that we're going to see some kind of, I don't want to say peace, because I don't know if it's going to be peaceful, but I think we can see some kind of resolution coming out of the Russia-Ukraine situation. Maybe in the next couple weeks. Maybe that'll be the Christmas miracle we need. Lobo, what's up, Lobo? Oh, Grand Lobo running loose in the house. Nice, nice. How you feeling, Lobo? I can feel me being on the cusp of it, but I'm fighting it. I'm not letting it get me. The link is in the description for Discord, Soda Man. If not, here, even easier way. There you go, Soda Man. I just sent you a invite. Yeah, I did see that. It seems like every time there's news about, so it happened the first time, Billy Ray. Well, not the first time, but it happened when we limited, almost like an embargo on chips being sent to China from us. Yeah, if that link's not good, it may have timed out, but yeah, I just sent you an invite in Discord, so it should be like just in your DMs, maybe. That a boy, Tennis. That a boy. Just ran 10 miles, feeling it in my calves and quads, getting ready for the 2023 U.S. Nationals. Tasty waves, a cool buzz, and I'm fine. That's what I'm talking about, Tennis. As you would call it, living that undeserved life. I think you deserve it plenty, but I know you like to call it the undeserved life. And thank you so much for that super chat. Much love, my friend. And yeah, hell, you did pretty damn good in the Nationals this past year, Tennis, and that was coming off an illness. I know you didn't have a whole lot of time to train, and you still went the distance. Proud of you, brother, and I like that sparked a little bit, and to see you training now, I can't wait. And that is a long run. That's a long run. I haven't done that in some years. Yeah, Lobo's got a little bit of a cold, but he's a tough guy. He'll get over it. I think he's got his boy Beto bringing him some cough syrup, so he should be okay. So the market on the rise. I don't think it's gonna last. This run just makes me reaffirm that I think we probably at least come back down. I would say 395-ish. If I was a betting man, not financial advice, but maybe Jay Powell thrills us. Like I said, maybe he comes out and gives a Christmas miracle. I'd have to eat 3 chickens to run 10 miles. If I ate 3 chickens, I definitely couldn't run 10 miles. Yeah, I'm not sure where he's at, Germ Corp. I haven't heard from him today. Yeah, it's not as easy as you would think to Photoshop a J-Pow face onto the Grinch's body. I thought it was going to be a little bit easier than that. It's not the easiest. Yeah, they launched the Visa card. They're saying now by 2025 they should have popcorn on a shelf near you. So keep an eye out on that. I think they're waiting for the release of GTA 6. So watch for AMC's release of the popcorn to coincide with GTA 6, probably coincide with Avatar 4. So be a good cross promo program. Walk. I would agree with all of that, Billy Ray, except I would say walk 10 miles if you're gonna. The Visa card's launching in early 2023. Perfect. Send it. But that's all you need, though. Move your body functionally, walk, body squats, push-ups, yoga. Stay active. Stay active physically and mentally, guys, and mentally. I think that's a big, challenge yourself every day. Don't get comfortable. Don't get, you got taking care of your body is a huge deal. Don't get me wrong. I would never want to slight that. But I think just as important is keeping your mental health. It's easy to let that go by the wayside. Yeah, running's definitely hard on your knees. That's why I say have a walk. Yeah, trips to the fridge and food from the cabinets. Hey, then you get those 12-ounce curls too, Rich, huh? I had a buddy's dad that was a big-time alcoholic when we were kids, but he was like the funny alcoholic. Like it wasn't, as a kid, it wasn't like, wow, I can't believe they got to deal with that. Like, no, he was hilarious, but that's all he would. I don't need to go to the gym. I do 12-ounce curls every day with these, My commute's currently under 3 feet. Yeah, mine's part of mine is like that. My other commute's a little bit. I drive a lot. I like driving though. I don't mind it. Speaking of that, Carnival Cruise Lines, Arctic Fox back over the $9 mark, 901 on CCL. The market's all three, just up about 0.5%. S&P leading the charge. Don't usually see that. So the S&P normally is sandwiched in between the Dow and the NASDAQ. Whether it's up or down, these last 6 months, it's mostly been down. You've had the Dow down here, the S&P right here, and then the NASDAQ up here as far as gains. So the NASDAQ took the biggest hit, S&P the second biggest hit, and the Dow has been the most profitable. All right, it is 1 minute before 10 o'clock. Let's see what we get in this. All right, this. Hold on, let me open the window. Crude still moving up. Yeah, crude was up. What was it, 76 something when we checked it? 7 times your body weight pressure with each foot impact. But if you've properly trained your legs, knees, ankles, no problems. I run long once a week for endurance. Yeah, that's where I have the problem with long-term tennis is I got a plate and a bunch of screws in my ankle. So, yeah. And back in that S&P top 10, everything in the green except for Tesla. Tesla down 158.79. Hit a low today of 157.34. And Tesla, it's been trading at pretty high volume too, while it's been on this little bit of a decline since Elon took the reins at Twitter. Ah, that's a great little tip there, Sabrina. Thank you, thank you. If you can't find or remember news that was posted here on a particular stock, just type the ticker into the search bar in Discord, and anything that has been posted there will pop up. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yes, and again, that just a reminder, Sabrina goes ahead and posts all the news that's posted in here. She also posts in Discord. Because her and Junk Savvy are absolutely amazing, and both of them win co-news anchors of the year in my book, because you guys are both awesome. Thank you, ladies. Really cannot overstate how much you're appreciated. What we're doing here would definitely not be possible without the help of you two, amongst all you guys, but you two in particular. Just wanted to give you a big thank you. You know, it means the world to me. So this thing may start any minute now. And like I said, I'll be in the chat talk. Like, I'm not going to just put this on and abandon you guys. That's not how we're doing it. How about this as a plan? We'll give it like 10, 15 minutes. We'll see if it's interesting. If it's interesting enough, maybe we'll do what we did yesterday and take the party to Discord and kind of be able to talk about what's going on. Well, that's the best thing. You're 100% not a slacker today. You posted all that MMTLP stuff, all kinds of other stuff. 1000% not a slacker. But that is the most amazing thing about having you guys are like Jordan and Pippen, except for on any given day, one of you guys could be Jordan or one of you guys could be Pippen. And the beautiful thing about that is if one of you has to step away or isn't in, you still got Jordan to bring up the side. So you guys make a great team, and we appreciate it. Yoga and calisthenics. Yeah, simple yet underrated tennis. Simple yet underrated. Something you could do in the comfort of your own home. And a good stepping point. A good stepping point. We've all been there. You want to make changes. You don't want to get into the gym. It's intimidating, this, that, and the other thing. I get it. All right, let's see what Mr. Brown here has to say. Let's kill that music. Bring this guy on. All right, where's your...
Not the witnesses. I want to express my gratitude to the Department of Justice, the SEC, the CFTC, and the Bahamian authorities for taking the critical step to hold Sam Bankman-Fried accountable for his misdeeds.
Are they Bahamian or Bahamian?
Ranking member Toomey and his staff, thank you for working with me and my staff to try to secure Mr. Bankman-Fried's testimony. I trust that he will soon be brought to justice. It's clear he owes the American people an explanation. Meanwhile, our job is to keep learning more about the collapses of FTX and other crypto firms, and I emphasize and other crypto firms, work with regulators to put consumers, not the crypto industry, first. It's not just about crypto, it's about protecting consumers, the regulated financial sector, from bad actors who think rules simply don't apply to them. 2.5 years ago, I explained why I thought Facebook's Libra currency was dangerous. At the time, Facebook was moving full steam ahead, as most of you know, to create its own currency, put that in quotation marks, to impose on its billions of users. Congress, regulators, and policymakers saw Facebook Libra for what it was, a shiny new tool Facebook could use to reach into Americans' pockets and profit from, no matter the risk to consumers or to our economy. Members of this committee, others in Congress responded. Republicans and Democrats alike made it clear that Facebook couldn't be trusted. Our financial system was not to be played with. The risk of a company creating its own currency to compete with the US dollar was obvious. Ultimately, Facebook shut down its crypto project, but the committee's work to protect consumers, of course, continues. Even though Facebook shelved its crypto plans in the last 2.5 years, the stablecoin market has grown 20 times to become a tool for rampant speculation. The number of crypto tokens has exploded, even as the total value of all crypto assets fell by two-thirds in the last year. I've noted in the past similarities that cryptocurrencies share with risky mortgage bonds and over-the-counter derivatives during the lead up to the financial crisis. In all these cases, they told us how great innovation is and how derivatives make markets efficient. Wall Street made it easy for everyone to get a mortgage so bankers could create more mortgage bonds and increase profits. Making money in crypto seems so easy, too easy. Every crypto token could double or triple in value in a matter of hours or days. It didn't matter if it was created with vague details or as a joke, money still poured in. No one's laughing now. The weekend before our stablecoin hearing last February, we saw crypto companies spending big money on Super Bowl ads to attract more customers and pump up crypto tokens. I appreciated the comments of one of you in this panel on public radio today about that. Crypto, like Facebook's Libra before it, was the shiny tool supposed to capture our imagination and revolutionize our lives. Wealthy celebrity spokespeople told Americans, if you're not buying crypto, you're missing out. Crypto platforms created dozens of investment products that look and sound like bank deposits, using words like lend and earn, or tokens that resemble securities and have a yield or governance rights, yet these products had none of the safeguards of bank deposits or securities. Crypto firms, their backers argued that billions of dollars invested in lending programs or earning yield should be exempt from basic oversight and regulatory protections. That's not how regulation works. The things that look and behave like securities, commodities, banking products need to be regulated and supervised by the responsible agencies who protect the public and serve consumers. Crypto doesn't get a free pass because it's shiny and bright, or because venture capitalists think it might change the world, or its TV campaigns were witty and featured famous people, especially when so many consumers are at risk of losing hard-earned money. And that's before we even consider how crypto has ushered in a whole new dimension of fraud and threats to national security. People are talking about that more and more because it's a central issue in this, that support dangerous nation states, embolden criminals, finance terrorists. North Korea uses crypto stolen in hacks to finance its ballistic missile program. Think of that. Human traffickers, drug cartels, gun runners launder their proceeds using crypto assets. Think of that. And some of these laundered funds end up bankrolling terrorists bent on undermining our nation and our society. Think of that. The ability of rogue states, cyber criminals, terrorists to use crypto for their own malign purposes is a feature of technology, and that's the point. Crypto also has made it easier for fraudsters and scammers to steal consumers' money. Hacks and complex crypto transactions make it easy to steal billions of dollars of investors' money. That's what we saw with FTX. That's what will continue as long as we allow crypto firms to write their own rules. The myth of Sam Bankman-Fried and his crypto trading success was supposed to impress us. We're still learning how he shuffled money between FTX and his trading firm, Alameda Research, a name calculated to sound as generic as possible to avoid raising eyebrows while sending money across the world. FTX and Alameda Research took advantage of the crypto industry's appetite for speculation. They were able to borrow and lend from other platforms and invest in other crypto firms, inflating the crypto ecosystem and growing their own profits. Even this summer, as crypto values crashed and platforms began to fail, FTX and Alameda found ways to benefit. In one case, FTX made a $250 million loan to a platform. using its proprietary token, and Alameda borrowed client deposits worth more than twice that from the platform. All the while, venture capitalists and other big investors, shame on them, fell for it. They were caught up in the speculative frenzy, missed the red flags, and FTX showered Mr. Bankman-Fried with more and more money, and now it's most likely gone. It's no surprise in 2018, Alameda solicited investors by guaranteeing 15% returns with no downside. That's more than the guaranteed 11% that a guy named Bernie Madoff offered. With Madoff and with Sam Bankman-Fried, investors didn't ask questions for fear of missing out. It's a good reminder that most guaranteed investments are, in fact, too good to be true. In this story, Bankman-Fried was the shiny object. Now he's the villain, possibly worse. But this story is bigger than one person or one firm, and that's the point of this hearing. It's not just about misconduct at FTX, but about how to protect consumers in the financial system from unregulated crypto projects. For many investors, it might be too late. I've heard from far too many Ohioans who have money stuck at FTX. .us that they tried to get out before it filed for bankruptcy. But despite Bankman-Fried's assertion that the U.S. side of FTX should be fine, court proceedings are likely to drag on and on. If we're going to learn from FTX's meltdown, we must look closely at the risks from conflicts at crypto platforms that combine multiple functions. It means thinking about the kinds of disclosure that consumers and investors really need to understand how a token or crypto platform works. We can look to existing banking and security laws for time-tested approaches to oversee and examine entities that want Americans to trust them with their money. To protect consumers in the financial system, we need a comprehensive framework that looks at crypto products for what they are, not looking at these products the way crypto executives want them to be or want to tell us they should be. I look forward to working with Treasury Secretary Yellen. We've been working with her to step up and lead this government-wide regulatory approach, and the other financial regulators assure there's an all-of-government approach, just as we've done in the past. Anything less simply won't work. Senator Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our witnesses for joining us this morning. We're here to discuss the fallout after the collapse of FTX, and some Americans very likely suffered significant losses from the bankruptcy of FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried's misconduct. On Monday, we saw the arrest of Mr. Bankman-Fried, and this came as a surprise to no one, with the possible exception of Mr. Bankman-Fried. We owe it to each customer to get to the bottom of the FTX implosion, and any violations of the law should be aggressively prosecuted. The Department of Justice and other enforcement agencies should expeditiously investigate the unseemly relationship between a company that was effectively a hedge fund and an exchange entrusted with customer funds. While all the facts have not yet come to light, we've clearly witnessed wrongdoing that is almost certainly illegal. There was unauthorized lending of customer assets to an affiliated entity, and there were apparently fraudulent promises to investors and customers about FTX's operations. These are outrageous and completely unacceptable.
Yeah,
the SEC also believes that FTX committed fraud against equity investors. They're going to pursue that, as they should. But I want to underscore a bigger issue here, and that is that the wrongful behavior that occurred here is not specific to the underlying asset. What appears to have happened here is a complete breakdown in the handling of those assets. In our discussion of FTX today, I hope we're able to separate the likely illegal actions from perfectly lawful and innovative cryptocurrencies. Now, it's important to define this space. Cryptocurrencies are analogized to tokens, but they're actually software. The software protocols that are foundational to the crypto ecosystem are like operating systems, and then applications are run on top of these operating systems. Currently, there are many competing operating systems and many apps running on them. There's nothing intrinsically good or evil about software. It's about what people do with it. And with this analogy in mind, what we should all understand here is one simple thing. The code committed no crime. FTX and cryptocurrencies are not the same thing. FTX was opaque, centralized, and dishonest. Cryptocurrencies usually are open source, decentralized, and transparent. To those who think this episode justifies banning crypto, and I've actually heard that suggested, I'd ask you to think about several other historical parallels. The 2008 financial crisis involved obvious misuse of products related to mortgages. Did we decide to ban mortgages? Of course not. A commodity brokerage firm run by former New Jersey Senator John Corzine collapsed after customer funds, including U.S. dollars, were misappropriated to fill a shortfall from the firm's trading losses. Nobody suggested that the problem was the US dollar or that we should ban it. With FTX, the problem is not the instruments that were used. The problem was the misuse of customer funds, gross mismanagement, and likely illegal behavior. So let's talk about what comes next. Some of my colleagues have suggested somehow pausing cryptocurrency before we pass legislation. This is a profoundly misguided, not to mention impossible idea. Short of enacting draconian authoritarian policies, cryptocurrency cannot be stopped. If we tried, the technology would simply migrate offshore. Cryptocurrency does not need brick and mortar facilities to operate. And typing computer code should clearly be seen as a form of protected speech. Are we going to decide to pause the Constitution in order to stop crypto? This is exactly the kind of mindset that has driven this activity to the darker and less regulated parts of the world. Now, if Congress had passed legislation to create a well-defined regulatory regime with sensible guardrails, we'd have multiple U.S. exchanges competing here under the full force of those laws and regulations. In that scenario, it's not clear that FTX would have ever existed, at least on the scale that it did, not if we had American companies that were an alternative and properly regulated. The complete indifference to an appropriate regulatory regime by both Congress and the SEC probably contributed to the rise of operations like FTX. Others have suggested that we refrain from addressing cryptocurrency at all because we wouldn't want to legitimize its use. Well, I think that is both misguided and irresponsible. Congress can and should offer a sensible approach for the domestic regulation of these activities. I think we should start with stablecoins. This is an activity that my colleagues, we can analogize to existing traditional financial products. There's clear bipartisan agreement that stablecoins need consumer protections. There are virtually none in place now. I've proposed a framework that would do that. Senator Lummis and Gillibrand have also proposed a framework. Congress also needs to determine the criteria and the disclosures by which issuance of digital assets will be regulated. And we should acknowledge the possibility that there's certain token issuance like Bitcoin that don't need that kind of regulation. We should also clearly delineate regulations for the secondary market trading of these assets, including at exchanges like FTX US. Some of my colleagues have begun this important work. We can provide sensible consumer protections for which there would be very broad agreement while still allowing for the development of applications that are going to run on operating systems that we can't even imagine today, just as I don't think any of us ever imagined applications like Uber operating on iOS today. So let me conclude with this. It's absolutely essential to investigate any fraud and violations of existing law and prosecute those who are committing those crimes. Congress owes it to the American people to do so. But this is fundamentally not about the kind of assets that were held by FTX. It's about what individuals did with those assets. Individuals can be tremendously empowered by the use and access to cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies can protect against inflation when governments irresponsibly manage their own currencies. They can provide useful services without the need for a company or a middleman. And they can let individuals preserve the freedom to transact privately. Mr. Bankman-Fried may well have committed multiple crimes. The SEC and DOJ will determine that. But let's remember to distinguish between human failure and the instrument with which the failure occurred. In this case, the instrument is software, and the code committed no crime. And while Sam Bankman-Fried very well may have, it's important we not convict the code of anything but preserving and protecting individual autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Toomey. I'll introduce today's witnesses. Starting on my left, we'll hear from Professor Hilary J. Allen from the American University Washington College of Law. She has testified in this committee remotely last year, I believe. Mr. Kevin Oleary, an investor, television personality, and founder of several companies. Mr. Oleary, welcome. Ms. Jennifer Schulp, the Director of Financial Regulation Studies at Cato Center for Monetary and Financial Alternatives. Ms. Schulp, welcome. And Mr. Ben McKenzie Schenken, an actor, writer, director, is co-writing a book on cryptocurrency and fraud. Mr. Schenken, welcome. And Professor Allen, please begin.
Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify today. My name is Hilary Allen, and I'm a professor of law at the American University Washington College of Law, and I'm the author of the book Driverless Finance, FinTech's Impact on Financial Stability. I would like to make 3 points today. The first is that FTX's failure was not an isolated incident, but is symptomatic of many broader problems in the crypto industry. FTX is just the latest in the series of major crypto industry failures. failures of centralized crypto intermediaries like Celsius, and failures of DeFi offerings like Terra Luna. These failures arose in large part because of a feature that is unique to the crypto industry. Crypto assets can be made up out of thin air. When assets can be made up out of thin air, that generates leverage that makes the whole system more vulnerable to booms and busts. When assets can be made up out of thin air, they can also be used to obscure financial realities, as was done with FTX's FTT tokens, which were used as collateral for the FTX customer assets loaned to Alameda. How can you have any reliable check on the valuation of an asset with no productive capacity behind it? The attestations and proofs of reserves offered by the crypto industry are poor substitutes for rigorous and independent audits. Such an environment is highly conducive to fraud. Sam Bankman-Fried may have engaged in good old-fashioned embezzlement, as it was put yesterday, but the embezzlement was able to reach such a scale and go undetected for so long because it was crypto, shrouded in opacity, complexity, and mystique. To be clear, decentralization won't protect us from future crypto frauds, because even if DeFi is technologically decentralized, it is not economically decentralized. If one person owns 90% of the governance tokens that control the software, which is quite common in DeFi, then they could cause it to perpetuate shady behavior. The second point I want to make is that when we talk about regulating crypto, we're often not being specific about the type of regulation we mean to apply. There are several different options. A ban on crypto, for example, would be the most straightforward way of protecting both investors and the financial system. And because crypto isn't really decentralized, it is possible to enforce such a ban. If policymakers don't wish to proceed with a ban, then they will need to be careful to ensure that any laws that they do adopt don't inadvertently make crypto too big to fail. Crypto should not be regulated like banking products, because that would give crypto access to the government support that we afford to banking because of its critical role in providing credit and processing payments for the broader economy. Banking regulation should, however, continue to keep actual banks away from crypto. The harm from FTX's collapse has been limited to those who invested in crypto, but allowing crypto to integrate with the rest of our financial system could cause a broader financial crisis that would hurt those who never even invested. Investor protection regulation, as opposed to banking regulation, doesn't come with any deposit insurance or lender of last resort. It doesn't signal that an investment is a good investment or that an investment won't lose value. Robust enforcement of the securities laws could make significant strides in protecting U.S. investors without conveying the message that crypto is too big to fail. The SEC has been very clear in its public statements that most crypto assets are securities. But Sam Bankman-Fried and the rest of the crypto industry weren't looking for this clarity on the current law. They were looking for changes in the law that would accommodate the industry. In particular, they wanted to be regulated by the CFTC and not the SEC. I respectfully submit that Congress should not adopt legislation to that end that was endorsed by Sam Bankman-Fried. In particular, because the proposed CFTC self-certification regime for crypto assets would allow the unlimited supply of crypto assets to continue to proliferate. Energetic enforcement of the SEC's existing securities registration requirements, on the other hand, would make it a lot harder to make crypto assets up out of thin air. If Congress wishes to provide more clarity and certainty to the crypto industry, they could adopt legislation that categorically provides that all crypto assets are indeed securities. The final point I want to make is that if we have little to lose from limiting the growth of the crypto industry. The underlying blockchain technology can never deliver on the industry's promises, both because the technology itself is not very good and because technology is only a tool. After 15 years without a killer app, it is time for policymakers to listen to the technologists explaining why blockchain technology is fundamentally not fit for purpose. Even if it were good technology, though, it would not fix the underlying political and structural problems that limit access to financial services. In many ways, relying on the crypto industry to improve access to financial services is like adopting a policy to open more casinos in underserved communities. And to those who say that crypto investment is a matter of personal choice, crypto creates problems even for those who choose not to invest in it. It facilitates ransomware attacks, sanctions evasion, tax evasion, has significant environmental consequences, and, as I've already discussed, could cause financial crises if allowed to integrate with the traditional financial system. I would submit that the United States should not want to be a world leader in the worst kind of innovation that allows its suppliers to profit handsomely, but offers little benefit to society and, in fact, inflicts a multitude of harms.
Thank you, Professor Allen. Mr. O'Leary, welcome.
Thank you very much. Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify about crypto and the collapse of FTX. I'm the chairman of O-Shares, an ETF indexing firm, and also a private equity and venture investor. I support entrepreneurs at every stage of their journeys. I have dozens of family-run businesses in our investment portfolios. My extensive social media platform enables me to tell the stories of their products and services to help reduce their customer acquisition costs. It's a model that has worked well for over a decade and helped support so many small American businesses, which create over 60% of the jobs in the American economy. In 2017, I was a public critic and skeptic of crypto and blockchain technology. As the global regulatory environment began to open up in 2018, I began to invest. Now I am a shareholder in multiple companies involved in crypto technology, including WonderFi BitBuy, the largest and first regulated broker-dealer crypto exchange in Canada, Immutable Holdings, a developer of NFT technology, and Circle, the company that brought USDC stablecoin to market. I've also invested in multiple crypto tokens, infrastructural level 1 and level 2 blockchains. I am of the opinion that crypto, blockchain technology, and digital payment systems will be the 12th sector of the S&P within a decade. Many of these technologies are going to disrupt the existing financial services sector with faster, more efficient, more productive, and more secure ways of investing, paying, transferring, and tracking assets. As you are aware, Bitcoin, a store of value, is not a coin. It's software. Ethereum is software. Blockchain is software. In the last 30 years, every American enterprise has driven major efficiencies using various versions of enterprise software, and crypto is no different. The potential of these crypto technologies is astronomical in scale. In August of 2021, nearly 3 years after I started allocating capital to the crypto sector, I entered into an agreement with FTX to be a paid spokesperson. I was paid approximately $15 million for these services, plus approximately $3 million to cover the portion of the taxes due. Of the remaining amounts, approximately $1 million was invested in FTX equity and approximately $10 million in tokens held in FTX wallets. The equity is now most likely worthless, and the accounts have been stripped of their assets and, interestingly, financial records. I've written all off to zero. Because I was a paid spokesperson, however, I never invested any capital from our partners or LPs in FTX. The capital loss was from an operating company that I had 100% ownership in. I'm using my own capital to pursue record recovery of the FTX accounts so I can conduct a forensic audit. The truth of this situation will be discovered by following the transaction trail after obtaining the records. I've applied for membership on the FTX Creditors Committee in connection with the bankruptcy proceedings because I feel obligated to pursue the facts on behalf of all stakeholders and believe my perspective of this situation will be helpful to the other creditor committee members. The collapse of FTX is nothing new. While this situation is painful for shareholders, employees, and account holders, in the long run, it does not change this industry's promise. Enron came and went and had no impact on the energy markets. Bear Stearns, Lehman Brothers' demise had no impact on the long-term potential of American debt and equity markets. I'm only one of many investors that have experienced this loss. However, this changes nothing in terms of the potential of crypto. In fact, the recent collapse of crypto companies has a silver lining. This nascent industry is culling its herd. Going or gone are the inexperienced or incompetent managers, weak business models, and rogue, unregulated operators. Hopefully, these highly publicized events will put renewed focus on implementing domestic regulation that has been stalled for years. Other jurisdictions have already implemented such policies and are now attracting both investment capital and highly skilled talent. In the U.S., we are falling behind and losing our leadership position. I understand why many leaders in the banking industry are open skeptics, calling for the banning of these new crypto software technologies. Disruption is always uncomfortable at first, and entrenched businesses abhor new competition. But it has been proven time and time again that disruption is absolutely necessary in advancing the economy. There is the risk of investing in crypto, and then there's also the risk of not investing in it and letting others accrue its benefits first, essentially gifting them a competitive advantage that could be very, very hard to recapture. So where to start? We need to clear policy and regulation for the crypto industry, its entrepreneurs, its developers, and its users. Congress should start by passing bipartisan legislation that creates a sensible regulatory framework for digital stablecoins backed by the U.S. dollar. Why? A well-regulated stablecoin backed by the U.S. dollar and other high-quality liquid assets could become the global default payment system over time. The U.S. dollar already denominates the price of oil and other commodities. Why not everything else? What could be more bipartisan than this? Let me close with this. We need to get to the bottom of what happened with FTX, but we can't let its collapse cause us to abandon the great promise and potential of crypto.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. Ms. Schulp, welcome.
Thank you. Chair Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, and distinguished members of the Senate Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. My name is Jennifer Schulp, and I'm the Director of Financial Regulation Studies at the Cato Institute's Center for Monetary and Financial Alternatives. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. At the outset, I note that because the facts are developing, it is premature to definitively diagnose the causes of FTX's demise. Claims of fraud and contractual breaches should be vigorously pursued, and courts should determine what crimes and violations took place. Importantly, the issues with FTX do not appear to be intrinsically tied to cryptocurrencies or other blockchain technologies. John Ray, the company's bankruptcy CEO, described the situation as a complete failure of corporate controls and a complete absence of trustworthy financial information. These risk management failures, whether the result of intentionally fraudulent practices or the product of gross negligence, should reflect on the perpetrators themselves, not on the crypto ecosystem. Today, I suggest 3 takeaways for policymakers. First, there are important distinctions between centralized entities and decentralized projects. Policies designed to address risks posed by centralized financial intermediaries should not be blindly applied to decentralized projects. FTX is, at heart, a traditional middleman. As a centralized exchange, and like a traditional bank or broker, FTX took possession of people's assets and kept the books, however poorly. Decentralized finance, or DeFi, seeks to mitigate these intermediary risks through technology. While designs vary, decentralized exchanges utilize open source software to provide exchange services by, among other things, publicly recording transaction data and allowing users to self-custody assets. That's not to say that decentralized exchanges solve every problem or eliminate every risk, or that DeFi is always preferable to centralized finance. Rather, the point is that different risks ought to be treated differently. Second, unclear regulation remains a problem that can drive innovation offshore. A rational regulatory framework should distinguish between projects that reproduce the risks of traditional finance and those that mitigate those risks through disintermediation. For exchanges to provide rules that are narrowly targeted to relevant risks, Congress should provide for centralized marketplaces to register with the CFTC for crypto commodities and the SEC for crypto securities. Decentralized exchanges should be permitted to voluntarily register, which recognizes their capacity to address intermediary risks through technology. Addressing marketplace regulation, though, is only part of the task. It is also important to clearly define when crypto projects trigger securities regulation to determine which regulator oversees trading and what customer protections are appropriate. Federal securities law is appropriately applied to address the specific risks of fraud, deception, and manipulation by developers, sellers, or promoters who are active managers of a crypto project. But where no individual or entity acts like a manager, Congress should clarify that securities laws do not apply. Congress should also provide a disclosure option for decentralizing projects that covers information relevant to crypto purchasers. Finally, following FTX's bankruptcy, there have been the usual calls to protect consumers by banning crypto, or paradoxically, by declining to regulate crypto to delegitimize it. This type of protection, premised on a value judgment about the worth of the crypto ecosystem, takes the choice to engage in technological innovation out of the hands of consumers, investors, and entrepreneurs, and wrongly places it in the government's hands. While circumspection around a novel asset class and technology is more than fair, blocking access to an instrument that approximately 1 in 5 Americans already have chosen to use for diverse purposes, from trading to sending remittances, is entirely different. That crypto has yet to meet all of the goals that it or others have set is not a reason to limit access. Moreover, the risk that some people will lose money does not justify harsh regulation. Risk is a natural component of markets, and failure is often necessary for development. Americans should be able to participate, for better and for worse, in that process. Thank you, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Mr. Schenken, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify before you today. This hearing has been called for 2 reasons. The first is to examine the spectacular collapse of the crypto exchange FTX and its sister company Alameda Research, both owned by Sam Bankman-Fried. These companies, valued at more than $32 billion earlier this year, are today worth less than nothing. In fact, they are $8 billion in the hole. The demise of FTX and Alameda represent the most spectacular corporate downfall since Bernie Madoff's Ponzi scheme imploded in the wake of the great financial crisis. It has captured the nation's attention. Like Madoff, FTX and Alameda owe enormous sums to supposedly sophisticated investors such as venture capital firms and hedge funds. And like Madoff, they also owe a lot of money to regular people. However, the carnage at FTX is far more widespread. Madoff defrauded some 37,000 clients. FTX claims 32 times that amount in the US alone. According to FTX, some 1.2 million retail traders, aka regular folks, and 5 million worldwide have lost access to the money they entrusted to FTX. It is unclear when, if ever, they will get any of that money back. The harm to those consumers, I would prefer the term investors, is the second reason we are here today. And it is fitting that I am here, for those people are the focus of my attention. I believe they, and the estimated 40 million other Americans who have invested in cryptocurrency, have been sold a bill of goods. They have been lied to in ways both big and small by a once seemingly mighty crypto industry whose entire existence, in fact, depends on misinformation, hype, and yes, fraud. The first lie is the most obvious. Cryptocurrencies are not currencies by any reasonable economic definition. Anyone with even an undergraduate degree in economics, such as myself, can tell you that money serves 3 functions: medium of exchange, unit of account, and store of value. Cryptocurrencies cannot do any of the 3 well, and they have no hope of ever doing so, for reasons I am happy to discuss at greater length during our session. But in the interest of time, let's keep it simple for now and focus on the present. If cryptocurrencies are not currencies, then what are they? Well, what do they do? How are they used? Via FTX, Binance, and a host of other exchanges, usually domiciled overseas, millions of Americans have used real money to purchase some of the over 20,000 cryptos in existence today. According to a recent Pew study, they are doing so as an investment, a way of making money. So, what do we have in the eyes of the law? We have an investment contract, more precisely, a security, an investment of money in a common enterprise with the expectation of profit to be derived from the efforts of others. To my mind, the 4 prongs of the Howey test are easily satisfied by every coin, token, or whatever nonsense words the crypto industry attaches to lines of code stored on ledgers called blockchains in an attempt to convey legitimacy or technological sophistication to them. But if these cryptos are securities, they are bizarre ones. They offer no products, no services, no revenue streams. The projects they represent accomplish almost nothing in the real world that cannot be done better by other means, and add no overall value to our economy or any other. They are at best a vehicle for speculation, an exercise in a zero-sum game of chance, much like online poker. At worst, they are an instrument of crime. Surveying the cryptocurrency mania during the summer of last year, I came to a terrifying conclusion. The supposedly multi-trillion-dollar industry was nothing more than a massive speculative bubble bound to pop. Worse than that, I had myriad reasons to believe that the crypto bubble was built on a foundation of fraud. Investment contracts that are effectively valueless are often described as Ponzi schemes, which are regulated under American law by the Securities and Exchange Commission. In my opinion, the cryptocurrency industry represents the largest Ponzi scheme in history. In fact, by the time the dust settles, crypto may well represent a fraud at least 10 times bigger than Madoff. The fact that it has roped in tens of millions of Americans from all walks of life, as well as hundreds of millions of people worldwide, should be of concern to us all. Thank you for your time. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schenken. My first question I would like to ask all four of you, and please give as close to a yes or no answer as you can. The world is troubled by the extent of the fraud and misconduct at FTX. We all agree on that. Too many people have lost money they thought was safe. Some have suggested that what we see at FTX was unique, a one-off caused by one immoral fraudster rather than something more widespread and systemic. So starting with you, Professor Allen, does this kind of carelessness, misconduct, or worse exist at other crypto firms?
Yes.
Mr. O'Leary?
Yes, the unregulated crypto firms.
Ms. Schultz?
Most likely. Most likely.
Ms. Schenken?
It's endemic.
Okay, thank you. Professor Allen, we know that FTX was over-leveraged, but look beyond, as you did in your testimony, beyond FTX. Given that a lot of crypto trading recycles one token into another, often with borrowed money, it seems as if the value of crypto has detached itself from the actual currency that was originally invested. Is it possible to determine how much leverage there is in the crypto market? And if it isn't, why is that a problem?
Well, I don't think it's possible to determine. I think researchers have really struggled to find data in this space, notwithstanding that people say that the blockchain is sort of transparent. In fact, a lot of transactions happen off-chain. There are a lot of sort of backdoors in software. So the data is not available to figure out what transactions have happened. And the accounting around the individual crypto assets themselves can be very dodgy as well. So, even before you lose track of them in transactions, it's not clear what they were worth up front. So for all of those reasons, it's very hard to get a bead on what the leverage is in this space, and that's problematic because, as we saw in 2008, when you don't understand how much leverage is in the system, you don't understand how fragile it is.
Thank you. Mr. Schenken, your testimony highlights the similarities between crypto and gambling. Based on your research, can you describe the parallels between gambling and stablecoins as casino chips?
Sure. Economically speaking, these are zero-sum games, strictly competitive. For someone to win, someone else has to lose. That does not mean the distribution is even. We know at this point most people who have invested in cryptocurrency have lost money. We know that from the industry's own research. Grayscale December 2021 report said that 55% of people who have ever bought Bitcoin bought it that year. Given the current price of Bitcoin, those people have lost money. That does not include the people who have been locked out of their accounts. The list is very long. I included in my written testimony. So this is gambling. This is speculation. At best, zero sum. That's not including the environmental costs that Bitcoin incurs. There are also members of the industry who come from online poker. I would refer you to Stuart Hoegner, general counsel of a company, Tether, stablecoin company. He was former compliance officer of Escapsa, which was the holding company of Ultimate Bet. Ultimate Bet, from the online poker era, had a secret God mode where players could could see the other players' cards in order to defraud them, in order to win at poker. Stuart Hoegner was joined at Escapsa by Daniel Friedberg. Daniel Friedberg was the former general counsel of FTX. He is now their chief regulatory officer. Alameda, FTX's sister company, is Tether's biggest client.
Thank you. Last question, again, if you would answer as close to yes or no as you can. I want to talk about solutions. FTX, like other crypto firms, perform multiple roles in crypto trade. It acted as an exchange and as a broker. It provided margin to investors. FTX was essentially on every side of every transaction. Combining these functions undermines the fundamental regulatory checks and balances that exist to protect consumers and to protect our financial system. Should there be, my question, starting again with you, Professor Allen, should there be strong rules addressing related party transactions and creating firewalls between related entities?
Absolutely, to address conflicts of interest.
Thank you. Mr. O'Leary?
I find the analogy of crypto to be that of gambling and speculation interesting. That was exactly what we described the New York Stock Exchange 150 years ago. And what happened was, because of the nature of the risk, we regulated it. We did it for bonds. We called them securities now. Back then, they were speculations, no different than this nascent industry. The reason this is happening over and over again, and we'll be back here again soon when the next one blows up, is the lack of regulation. That's why we regulate stocks and bonds. They are speculations too. You speculate the profits of the companies underlying those securities. We need to regulate this. I mean, this premise that it's some kind of different issue, it's not. It's just unregulated Wild West, and it will go on and on and on. It's the definition of madness is expecting a different outcome. I mean, that's just, it needs regulation. That's it.
I take it that's a yes, that there should be strong rules addressing related party transactions and creating firewalls.
A long yes.
Okay, a long yes. Ms. Schulp?
I also have a longer answer, but I'll still keep it short. I do think that conflicts of interest are something that need to be examined and addressed, whether that results in strong rules banning certain types of transactions or whether it is simply that disclosures must be made is a different question. So while I agree that there are potential issues there, I'm not sure I will agree with the outcome that you're looking for, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Schenken?
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Toomey?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Let me start with Ms. Schulp. Mr. Schenkman indicated his opinion that I think he said every cryptocurrency or virtually every one easily meets the Howey test for the definition of a security. The Howey test includes the investment of money in a common enterprise with the expectation of profit through the efforts of others. So in Bitcoin, we have no corporation that controls it or issued it. We have no individual. We have no committee. It seems to me purely decentralized. Isn't it hard to establish that there's a common enterprise when there is no central authority that controls and operates it?
I agree. I don't think for Bitcoin you can meet the elements of the Howey test in multiple respects.
Right. So, would you say as a general matter, a truly decentralized protocol, it's pretty hard to establish the common enterprise?
I completely agree. The securities laws were evolved in no small part in order to deal with questions of information asymmetry coming from managerial bodies that are doing that.
Right. Where is that asymmetry? Look, I think there's a case to be made that there should be a regulatory regime on disclosure requirements for an issuer, that there should be a regulatory regime for secondary market trading, but I think we ought to make it specific to this sector, because to try to shoehorn it into decades-old legislation that deals with different instruments, I think is very problematic. Mr. O'Leary, it seems to me that tokens are very often the tool or mechanism to incentivize people to validate and maintain a distributed ledger. Now, you can gamble with them. You can speculate as to what a given token is going to be worth. But it seems to me that underlying blockchain technology is potentially extremely powerful, is actually already being used in a variety of ways. Could you address this notion that the only possible use is a zero-sum gambling enterprise?
No, I don't agree with that at all. It's preposterous to say that. The potential of blockchain technology in authenticating physical assets and contracts and tokens, as you suggest, is incredibly powerful. In fact, I think what's going to happen as we peel the onion on FTX over the next year or two is the shining outcome of the success of the blockchain to track these assets will become the focus of everybody. We will realize every security or token that left FTX, left Alameda, got traded between shareholders, all tracked irrefutably on the blockchain. The power of this technology is very harnessable, very powerful, and of course, we should lead the world in it because so much of it is developed here. The hottest hands coming out of MIT right now, where do they want to work? A third of the class. They want to work on the blockchain. You can't take that much potential and not expect extraordinary outcomes. This is a remarkable technology. Yes, it requires regulation, but if you just ask where the hot hands are going, the great engineers, this is where they're going. We train them here, and then we kick them out of the country so they do their work somewhere else.
So let me ask you directly. You are an investor in FTX, and I know you've spoken frequently with Sam Bankman-Fried over an extended period of time. Why do you believe FTX failed?
I have an opinion. I don't have the records. Here it is. After my accounts were stripped of all of their assets and all of the accounting and trade information, I couldn't get answers from any of the executives in the firm, so I simply called Sam Bankman-Fried and said, "Where is the money, Sam?" He said he had been refused access to the servers. He no longer knew. I said, "Okay, let's step back. This is a simple case in my mind of where did the money go?" And I said, "Sam, walk me back 24 months. Tell me the use of proceeds of the assets of your company. Where did you spend it?" And then he told me about a transaction that occurred over the last 24 months, the repurchase of his shares from Binance, his competitor. I didn't know this at the time, but at some point, CZ or Binance, who runs Binance, purchased 20% ownership in Sam Bankman-Fried's firm for seed stock. And then, over time, and I asked him, what would compel you to spend $2 billion was the number he was giving me at that time. Later, in a subsequent conversation, about 24 hours later, he told me it could have been as much as $3 billion to buy back the shares from CZ. I asked him, what would compel you to do that? Why wouldn't you keep your assets on your balance sheet? And why would you offer this to just one shareholder? He said, because every time we went to get licensed in different jurisdictions, because you must understand the prize of crypto is to get regulated. For all the talk we say about Bitcoin and everything else, no institutions own this. I work for the sovereign wealth and pension plans. They don't touch this stuff because it's unregulated. Between these two, let's call them frenemies, because they obviously were potentially the two largest shareholders in the firm, they had a disagreement. They had a falling apart. Apparently, according to Sam Bankman-Fried, CZ would not comply with the regulators' request in these different geographies, these different jurisdictions, to provide the data that would clear them for a license. He withheld it, according to Sam Bankman-Fried. The only option the management and Sam Bankman-Fried had was to buy him out at an extraordinary valuation of close to $32 billion, less apparently a 15% discount. That stripped the balance sheet of assets. You ask me why it went bankrupt? Go to the last week. All of a sudden, in social media, CZ is asking for another $500 million. He wants to do a block trade of FTT, or the proprietary token of FTX. Wants it converted back to fiat. Why would you put that out there? You know it's going to push down the pressure. It's going to push down the value of that coin dramatically, and that's exactly what happened. Every trader knows that if you have a large block trade, you go negotiate a clearing price with other buyers and you do the transaction. In my view, my personal opinion, these two behemoths that own the unregulated market together and grew these incredible businesses in terms of growth were at war with each other. And one put the other out of business intentionally. Now, maybe there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe there's nothing wrong with love and war. But Binance is a massive, unregulated, global monopoly now. They put FTX out of business. Now, lots of other reasons, I'm sure, but that's my personal opinion. That is what Sam Bankman-Fried told me in terms of where the assets went. Why should we care? Single reason. I'm a shareholder. You tell me the two largest shareholders do a transaction together, that's a related party transaction. I'm not sure that's okay. Maybe I want a Madoff clawback on those proceeds. maybe I want to pursue that.
Mr. O'Leary, I'm sorry, you're about 3 minutes over. You have any follow-up, Senator Toomey?
I had another topic, so if we do a second round, I'll take it up
Thank you.
then. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Senator Reid of Rhode Island.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, panel, for your insights. The restructuring officer, John Ray, described in detail the absence of audited or reliable financial statements, absolutely no internal controls. Professor Allen, I'd like to ask a few questions about FTX and how they were able to get away with essentially cooking the books. First, was FTX a publicly traded company?
No.
As a private company, was FTX required by law to disclose basic information to the public about its business, like audited financial statements?
No.
Was FTX required to disclose transactions with related parties, like Mr. Bankman-Fried's hedge fund called Alameda Research?
No.
And also Mr. O'Leary's example, that would be required to be disclosed. Was FTX required to have a chief financial officer or disclose whether a financial expert was on the board of directors?
No.
Was FTX auditor required to attest to the effectiveness of the company's internal and corporate controls?
No.
And if FTX had been a publicly traded company, would it have been required to make the disclosures and attestations that we've just discussed?
Sorry, I missed that question.
If FTX had been a publicly traded company, would it have been required to make the disclosures and attestations that we've just discussed?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. And it's just not that FTX is a private company. In fact, just about all the biggest companies in the crypto industry are also privately held. In September, I introduced S4857, the Private Markets Transparency and Accountability Act, which would require the nation's biggest private companies, including FTX, to disclose basic information about their financial condition and comply with basic corporate governance requirements. And according to a letter from the North American Securities Administration, this legislation, in their words, would have made it easier for all of us to spot or prevent the alleged fraud and other misconduct at FTX earlier. So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent to include this letter in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Yeah. The whole point is that we've all talked about the need for regulation, and I think that's obvious. And we have many mechanisms pending here in the Senate and the House to do that. We just have to move quickly. I would suggest this is a good place to start. And a final question, Professor Allen. Do you think that would have helped illuminate what was going on in FTX?
Yes, I think so. I mean, attestations and proof of reserves and other forms of accounting disclosures common in the crypto industry, they don't include the rigor, the independence, and the professional skepticism we get from auditors. But I would note that we should be wary of FASB's moves to implement fair value accounting for crypto assets, because accepting market valuations from the crypto industry could potentially undermine the value of the audit function, and that's something to be wary of.
Thank you very, very much. When we talk about crypto tokens, in fact, it's reported that FTX held about $900 million in liquid assets and $9 billion in liabilities when it failed. And the vast majority of FTX assets were illiquid cryptocurrencies created and promoted by FTX and Alameda. And the company held them at wildly optimistic valuations that turned out to bear little resemblance to reality. Can you explain how aggressive valuation practices contributed to the failure of FTX and put customers at risk, Professor?
Sure. As I outlined in my written testimony, many crypto assets are created out of thin air, and there's no real basis for their valuation. There's simply no way to perform a sanity check on the valuations that are provided, as those assets trade entirely on sentiment. And so when assets trade entirely on sentiment, meaning what other people think they're worth, that creates a space where a significant amount of leverage can be created and fraud can easily go undetected.
Thank you very much. Again, I think the one theme that seems to be consistent is that the need to regulate not just this industry, but private entities that are controlling a huge amount of funds that are investing in ways that are not obvious to the public or even to their own shareholders or equity owners. And we have to move, I would suggest, as a starting place, the legislation I proposed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Reid. Senator Menendez of New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of securities regulation essentially comes down to one thing: what actions are and are not permissible when one person is handling another person's money. And by and large, we in Congress, the securities industry, and the general public have agreed on the major principles that should guide that activity. For instance, as you point out in your testimony, Professor Allen, brokers are not permitted to use customer funds to finance their business. They are required to fully disclose conflicts of interest. And when dealing with retail investors, they are required to go further and mitigate certain conflicts. FTX didn't seem to have done any of this, and if they had, it seems like a lot of harm would have been prevented. So, Professor Allen, is there any reason why we shouldn't apply the same broad regulatory principles that are now in place with the traditional financial sector to digital assets?
I see no reason. The reason we typically hear is that crypto is different because it's decentralized, but in fact, it's not decentralized. At every level, there are people controlling things. So, we heard that that Bitcoin was decentralized. Well, Bitcoin is controlled by a few core software developers, fewer than 10, and they can make changes to the software, and then that software is implemented by mining pools, and there's just a few of them. So in all these spaces, there are definitely people, often a very few people, pulling the strings, but the fact of the matter is that they are unidentified and unregulated, and that is not an ideal space to be in.
Yeah. Mr. Oleary, in your testimony, you said you hope that the events at FTX would, quote, put renewed focus on implementing domestic regulation. Do you agree that FTX customers and perhaps your own investments would have been better off if FTX had complied with the existing regulation we have that bars brokers from trading with customer funds?
Absolutely. But they were not compelled to do that because they were offshore and unregulated. I think the model will not work. There's examples of how regulated exchanges that are attached to broker-dealers have worked. You only have to look up to Canada, the OSC order, where BitBuy wallets are controlled by the regulator. They limit the number of tokens. They limit the margin. They limit the lending. They do an exhaustive test of proof of reserves. That's just the rules they implemented that they just copied from their own exchanges.
Right.
We need to do the same thing here. It works. It's been proven to work. There's millions of Canadians that have accounts that are working under a very strict regulatory environment. We can implement the same.
Well, I agree. We already know what should and should not be allowed when one person is handling another person's money. Whether we're talking about a new celebrity-endorsed coin or an index fund, I think we'd be well served to keep in mind the basic principles that have largely saved and served investors and the markets well for decades. As I was listening to some of your testimony back in my office, it all seems like you looked at this as more of a security than a currency at the end of the day, and that makes it pretty clear for me. In the wake of FTX collapse, many crypto firms have attempted to reassure the public of their soundness by hiring outside auditors to provide proofs of reserve. However, the quality of these audits are inconsistent and oftentimes provide an incomplete picture of the company's assets and liabilities. Professor Allen, can you explain some of the flaws in these reports and why they are not as helpful to investors as the crypto industry claims?
Well, there is the fundamental issue that where do you even get the valuation number from these assets? Do we treat them on a sort of a fair value accounting basis? If so, we're essentially accepting whatever the market says about these asset prices, and then they're entirely based on sentiment. So, in addition, even if we put that aside, the actual attestations, et cetera, that we're getting, as I said, they don't have this skepticism that we expect from professional auditors who look at the financial statements to find red flags. They're required to look for red flags. In these attestations and proof of reserves, it's basically just the accountants sort of reporting what they've been told by the industry.
No. One of the things I'm concerned about is the extent that cryptocurrency becomes integrated with the financial system, and therefore the risk to the financial system, which up to now has been pretty stable. And that is something I'm concerned about. Let me close on this. Prior to its collapse, FTX was well known for huge spending on celebrity endorsements. Dozens of sports stars, actors received millions of dollars to generate hype for FTX and assure the public that crypto was a safe investment. There have even been reports that FTX was pursuing a $100 million sponsorship deal with Taylor Swift earlier this year, even as the as the firm was hemorrhaging money. So FTX isn't the only firm doing this. Endorsements from public figures are just one of the factors contributing to misinformation about crypto. Mr. Shanken, how can we combat the spread of crypto disinformation and encourage investor education?
Use words that are accurate. The cryptocurrencies are not currencies. We need to classify them as securities properly. I also think that we should consider treating crypto like gambling and having potential limitations on advertising and disclosures.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Tester from Montana is recognized.
Yeah, I want to thank the chairman and ranking member for having this hearing, and I want to thank the folks who testified today for being here to testify. I appreciate it. I am concerned that we're signaling to people that this is a credible and sound investment. But as we've seen lately, there are clearly bad actors. Crypto has been peddled everywhere from the internet to the Super Bowl as get-rich schemes or safe places to put your retirement savings. But things look pretty uncertain right now, and that's a best-case scenario. Ultimately, I want to make sure the taxpayers aren't left holding the bag. These may be interesting technologies, but I've yet to see how it can be useful in a real world without substantial risk to for Americans. I'm skeptical, but I'm here to hear from both you, the proponents and opponents, and that's why I'm glad you're all here today. Professor Allen, when you were in front of this committee about a year ago today, as a matter of fact.
Exactly.
You discussed similarities with synthetic products, and you highlighted concerns that, unlike 2007, these products are targeted at institutions and individuals. As we've seen larger and larger issues play out in this industry over the past year, how has your concern that you expressed a year ago played out?
So in some ways, I've been heartened by the fact that the banking regulators have really kept this stuff out of the banking system. And I think that's why we're talking about the investors of FTX being harmed rather than everybody being harmed. But still, I mean, I think the idea that crypto is trying to disrupt banking is inaccurate. Crypto and banking would love to merge, and it's the regulators that are keeping them apart. And so as we look at the banking industry trying to dip their toes into this water, I think there are a few causes for concern. Bank of New York Mellon is custodying crypto. JP Morgan is doing trades on permissionless blockchains. So I think we need to firm up this separation between crypto and banking in order to protect the broader financial system. But as I said, I think banking regulation has held up pretty well so far.
For you again, Professor Allen, the new bankruptcy-appointed FTX CEO has warned that the U.S. entity is not solvent. American customer accounts are in doubt. What does this mean for the consumers who are utilizing FTX?
Well, in the short term, it means that they are not going to be able to access their funds because they're tied up. In the long term, it means that they may not have any funds. So that is, I mean, really devastating. And we have to think about how much of this we're willing to tolerate in the name of innovation. This is not a great innovation. I would point out that the Australian Stock Exchange spent years trying to use blockchain technology to restructure it, and it's just given up entirely because the technology was not fit for purpose. I think we need to think really hard about the costs of what's going on.
So could you tell me what this could have meant for taxpayers if legislators had gone further with blessing this industry?
Sure. The size of the subprime mortgage market in 2007 was estimated to, and I don't have my figures here, but I think it was about 1.3 trillion. And we've just talked about a crypto industry, and as I said, the valuations are crazy in crypto, but we've talked about an industry that's shrunk, apparently from 3 trillion to under 1 trillion. So if that amount of assets or exposure had been brought into the existing financial system, intertwined with our existing financial system, then the banks would have been in a very serious problem. They wouldn't have been able to lend. They would potentially not be able to process payments. All the things that we count on for our broader economic growth would be jeopardized.
Do you think there would have been an inherent response that would required Congress to step in and bail out folks like happened in 2008?
Absolutely. It's simply untenable to let the economy tank like that. I mean, that's just the fact of the matter. And so that's why I think it's so critical that crypto be segregated away from banking. We do not want to make it too big to fail. It's too big to fail is problematic with any asset class. An asset that has no productive capacity, that doesn't serve any capital formation function, that just is crazy.
Mr. O'Leary, in one of the answers to the other to one of the other senators' questions, you said that the prize for crypto is to get regulated. Is that because it gives it credibility?
It can't exist for the institutional client. The potential of crypto is for it to be indexed with sovereign wealth and pension, where about 70% of the world's wealth is actually managed. There's great interest there, particularly around Bitcoin and Ethereum and a few other platforms, but they have no infrastructure to apply to their compliance platforms. When you are managing a $900 billion fund, every day you have a massive compliant infrastructure that marks to market all your positions. There is no infrastructure for crypto. I want to make a note here just around this regulatory issue that you're raising, and it's a good one. Of all the entities that went to zero, that went to bankruptcy in the FTX portfolio, the only one that is not bankrupt out of the 130 plus, and this is, probably the best evidence of why we need regulation, is Ledger X. Why? It's regulated by the CFTC. 100% regulated. It is not bankrupt. Had the other entities been regulated wherever they were, they would too not be bankrupt. And so just look at this. This is a use case of why we need regulation. There wouldn't be this tragedy and all of this drama and all the rest of this stuff and the loss of billions of dollars. The lack of regulation has caused some problems here, and it will continue to. And the evidence is right here. The only entity that didn't go to zero in the FTX portfolio, CFTC, forced the scrutiny, forced the transparency, forced the proof of where the assets were held and the reserves, forced the lack of commingling with the assets. They forced it. They did it. Proof positive that you can regulate this asset class.
I want to thank you all for being here today. We'll have some questions for the record. But I appreciate the hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Chester. Senator Haggerty of Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Toomey, thank you for holding this hearing. To all of our guests here today, I appreciate your being here. I'd like to touch on something that has been troubling me for some time. We know that FTX's collapse as the second largest exchange is continuing to have ripple effects throughout the entire digital asset industry. But if you look back to even early November, FTX didn't appear to have the necessary scale to cause an industry-wide systemic meltdown. Binance, on the other hand, is the largest global crypto exchange, nearly 7 times larger than FTX by trading volume. At least it was in the month leading up to FTX's collapse. And Binance's market share, now the absence of FTX, I think means will only grow. If you think about a similar implosion by Binance, that would really prove catastrophic. It would prove catastrophic for the cryptocurrency industry, and it would prove catastrophic to all of the consumers that utilize the industry. Yet U.S. regulators are limited in the extent to which they can mandate appropriate audits or appropriate disclosure of Binance's operations. Unlike the requirements placed on companies which are publicly traded here in the United States, Binance operates outside of our system. So, Ms. Shope, I'd like to start with you. How can U.S. regulators work with their global counterparts to bring transparency to Binance's activities and to understand the reserves that it holds?
I think you raise a very important point that when we talk about FTX or we talk about Binance, so much of what we're talking about is happening outside of our shores. And the influence that U.S. regulation can have on those exchanges and other crypto projects that are not taking place here is limited. I think it's very important to have an ongoing dialogue with international regulators in order to have influence where we can. But I think the most important thing for the United States to do is to create a rational crypto regulatory framework in the United States to try to bring some of that home so that we have maximum influence over how those businesses are operated.
I hear you, Mr. O'Leary, you touched on this just a moment ago about the impact of regulation and the certainty that it could bring. And from your perspective as an investor, Mr. O'Leary, what needs to change here in Washington from a regulatory standpoint so that capital actually does flow to U.S.-based entities and empower U.S.-based entities to win on the global stage?
Every global platform, the #1 prize is to be regulated in the U.S. market, the #1 financial market on earth, period. Now, when you talk about other money center banks or other financial services industries that want to do business in the U.S., they must disclose their worldwide operations. They are scrutinized by the rules we already have in place. A coordinated effort between the Canadian regulator, the U.S. regulator, the ADGM in Abu Dhabi, the regulators in Singapore, basically laying out the ground rules for any entity that wishes to do business in the U.S. or any of those jurisdictions, solves this problem. If Binance is not willing to, and you started by talking about them, disclose, and the reason that Sam Bankman-Fried claims he spent $3 billion was that he could not get the regulators to approve the fact that Binance owned 20% of their platform. CZ was not cooperative with any of those regulators. He was shut out of those markets, and he realized the prize was to get regulated for institutional capital. Just having 4 or 5 markets coordinate, as we do already in other securities, solves this problem in perpetuity. And all these regulators talk to each other. I've been to Abu Dhabi. I've talked to the ADGM. I seek a license there. And I've done the same in Canada. I'm an investor in the license there. These are long-term, very sound structural concepts, but it needs a coordination. And in one phone call, we could solve this problem.
I'm going to come back to you, Ms. Schulp, for a moment. And I want to stay on this concern that I have, particularly about Binance, about the Chinese Communist Party's role in support of that. To be clear, Binance is being proliferated around the world. It's a state-backed network. They're proliferating in emerging markets in a very predatory fashion. They're in developed markets. And again, now they have an even more open platform as FTX has been taken down. But if you think about an example like Binance with ties to the CCP, a committed partner to the Belt and Road Initiative, and particularly as it expands its market dominance with the collapse of FTX, what does that spell if lawmakers here in America follow through with their threats to ban digital assets or leave the current regulatory uncertainty in place? What does it mean for the global crypto market in general? What does it mean for our nation's national security and our economic security? And most important, what does it spell for the dominance of the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency?
Regardless of whether Binance itself is connected with the Chinese Communist Party, which Binance denies, but regardless of whether that's the case, by having a system in the United States that's unclear, that's regulatorily hostile, it could go so far as banning cryptocurrency in the United States, we would be losing the position of having the possibility to maintain American dominance for these technological innovations.
I'm deeply concerned about that.
We would also be losing many of the great minds that want to work on these types of projects that can make strides not just in blockchain and cryptocurrency, but in other technological functions as well. To the extent that the United States is not a place that people look to for economic development, that also puts the U.S. dollar at risk.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Hagerty. Senator Warren of Virginia is recognized. Senator Warner of Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate you holding this hearing. I want to echo some of the concerns my friend from Tennessee just echoed about Binance. I do think it's curious that China has made the decision to basically take that kind of risk to ban crypto because of their at least risk-reward analysis. I got so many questions. I do think I know a lot of this started around Bitcoin. I still think, and I think, Professor Allen, you may have touched on this in your testimony, the clunkiness of the technology behind Bitcoin, it could never go to scale no matter what. If you can only do 5 or 6 transactions per second, that is not a scalable tool. And obviously at technology, at a power and environmental costs that just doesn't make sense to me. But I'm going to try to get as quick as I can in my 4 minutes. I'm going to start with Professor Allen and Mr. McKenzie. I sometimes worry that FTX is just the tip of the iceberg. You know, I'm sure many of my colleagues have gone through all the bad things Bankman-Fried has done, and the graft, and the Ponzi schemes, and so forth. But, and I know Senator Haggerty already made comments about the Reuters story about Binance. I really worry. I mean, I know the original pitch was, this is going to be a seamless ability to transact without currency risk, without timing risk. I can send my grandmother in Kenya, you know, resources on Sunday in a way that's kind of error-free. Sitting where I do on the Intelligence Committee as chairman, we've seen virtually no examples of that kind of use case. I know, Mr. McKenzie, you've gone down to El Salvador where they tried to make that as the case. It just doesn't seem to be the case. Instead, we are seeing, at least at this date, and Senator Almas has been a leader on this. I keep trying to have an open mind on the technology innovation, and I'm all in on technology innovation. But at least so far, you know, from where I sit on the Intelligence Committee, I see an awful lot of illegal activity. I see drug deals. I see bad actors. I see ransomware criminals. And frankly, it's not even safe from them. Go back to the Colonial Pipeline issue where our government, when payment was made in crypto, was able to recover some of that. So I guess I'd start again with Professor Allen and Mr. McKenzie. Do you think FTX is a one-off, or is this the tip of the iceberg where we may be seeing a whole series of activities? And if you want to go ahead, and I know it's been raised, but I don't think it in any detail, Alameda Research and some of the potential, I think we're only beginning to see the conflicts that were taking place there. But I'll start with Professor Allen and Mr. McKenzie.
I think we saw the tip of the iceberg a couple of months ago, and then this is sort of moving further down the iceberg, you know, with the earlier rounds of Terra Luna and Celsius. You know, the concern is that, you know, that fraud is definitely being perpetuated, but that the whole industry itself is basically an asset class built out of nothing. It trades entirely based on people's belief that it can be worth something. But as you said, the technology has not worked for a payments mechanism. It's become a speculative instrument, but ultimately, you know, as Mr. McKenzie said, it's a zero-sum game, and if people stop believing in it, then it all falls apart. So Mr. O'Leary has talked about how people, you know, that regulation in the United States is the prize. That's exactly right. Without that regulation as the prize to legitimize crypto, there is nothing there, and it could all go to zero. And whilst that is very bad news for the people who've already invested, I think it's very good news for the rest of us because it's been kept out of the broader financial system, and we won't suffer the consequences from its broader failure.
Mr. McKenzie?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, as I just want to echo what Professor Allen was saying. One of the many, many seemingly limitless ironies of cryptocurrency is that the supposedly decentralized nature of it is, it's in fact highly centralized. I know this. I wrote an article with my colleague Jacob Silverman for the Washington Post about Binance this spring. Binance is incredibly murky, but Binance, as Mr. O'Leary, as other senators have pointed out, Binance is in communication with FTX. They were an early investor in FTX. There was apparently there's a private Signal chat group entitled Exchange Coordination that CZ is on. Yes, this is publicly reported. I believe Mr. Bankman-Fried submitted it into the congressional record. If I'm not, yeah. And so they're all talking to each other. The crypto industry is actually really, really small amongst the people that count. In a zero-sum, strictly competitive game, there's winners and losers. In an unregulated zero-sum, strictly competitive game, you're either a scammer or a mark. If you don't know which one you are, you have a problem. Oh, do you want me to answer the remittances question? I'm sorry, sir.
Well, if you want to just touch on Alameda as well.
Sure. So Alameda is Tether's biggest client. That's according to reporting from Protos from last year. Supposedly, Alameda purchased, I believe, $36.7 billion worth of tethers. Given Alameda, FTX's insolvency, I think one question might be, where'd the money come from?
Yeah. Let me just, I know my time, but Mr. O'Leary, I have a great respect for you as an entrepreneur. Spent a long time as an entrepreneur. I'm trying to sort this through as well. I get your point, but I guess what I'd raise for the chairman and the ranking member is, I'm still trying to wrestle with this in my mind, whether we need a crypto set of rules or whether we frankly, what are we, 14 years after Dodd-Frank, ought to take a bigger step backwards and realize we got this bright, shiny problem over here around crypto, but the amount of financial activity, you look at the fact that over 50% of the mortgage origination now is outside the regulated banking sector. I've been a big advocate for fintech for a long time, but there are a whole series of lending entities out there, again, that have no regulatory protections around them at all, and nothing would be worse than doing a relatively good job. We may overdid it in certain parts on Dodd-Frank, but put a structure around our regulated industry and suddenly see this huge escape of financial activity going outside any kind of regulatory envelope at all. I'm all for innovation, but Lord knows if crypto was suddenly followed by a whole series of fintech entities that were coming back saying, hey, I need my money back as well. I didn't get my lending that was taking place on this platform. We could have a problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. for the
Senator Lummis of Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank Senator Toomey for his wonderful leadership on this committee, just in the event this is our last hearing. Thank you for your service.
Hearing tomorrow.
We're conflating topics today. Digital assets are not on trial. Fraud and organizations are on trial. So let's separate digital assets from corrupt organizations. FTX, as I've been saying for the last few weeks, is good old-fashioned fraud. And what they did is separate from digital assets. Now, we've all heard that FTX lent its executives hundreds of millions of dollars in commingled customer funds for personal use, and customers who tried to wire money to FTX were instead given Alameda's routing number. That is fraud. That's fraud whether it's conducted in US dollars or euros or digital assets. That is fraud. Additionally, even though FTX was a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, it had a shocking lack of corporate controls and enabled affiliates to conceal the movement of money and take on enormous liabilities, enabling the misuse, they misused customer assets that were supposed to be appropriately safeguarded. FTX, in its terms of service, said title to customer digital assets always remain with the customer. Now that we know is a lie, and now millions of FTX customers around the world will suffer. So FTX is a failure of people, safeguards, and regulation. It's not a failure of technology. The people of the digital asset industry need to get really serious about risk management and compliance with things like anti-money laundering laws, and that's why we've seen a failure of a number of firms engaged in riskier practices, even for the digital markets this year. So one question people should ask themselves is how FTX grew so quickly. They were founded in 2019 and grew to be one of the largest digital asset exchanges in just 2 years. So you look at other companies like Kraken, Coinbase, and Bitstamp, they've been around for a decade. They've grown organically. This committee needs to be focused on putting legislative solutions in place that would have prevented FTX's collapse and other firms like it. This means things like regulation of digital asset trading, providing consumers with adequate bankruptcy protection, disclosures, and stablecoin regulation. So let's not conflate topics here. Mismanagement, failure of people, inadequate controls is what's on trial. We need to regulate this business and lay digital assets on top of our existing financial regulatory framework. Questions? Ms. Schulp, why do digital assets and distributed ledger technology have the power to make our capital markets safer and more efficient?
Well, there's multiple ways that they can do that, and one of them is by removing the intermediaries that we've been talking about, where there are potential for such things as an FTX to take customer assets and misuse them. When those intermediaries don't exist in digital asset systems, then you don't have the same risks. You can also have faster, cheaper payment systems than we currently have, and more global payment systems which allow people to send money cross-border in a way that should be very important for a country like the United States, which sends a lot of remittances across the world.
I know I'm out of time, but I want to make a plug for the Responsible Financial Innovation Act that Senator Gillibrand and I have co-sponsored, that we've been talking to our colleagues about. This is a case study in why we need the Responsible Financial Innovation Act. We will be reintroducing the bill next year. We're absolutely delighted and willing to take your comments, suggestions, ideas, and it's time to move. Time to move to regulate the digital asset industry. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Lewis. Senator Warren of Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Sam Bankman-Fried and other crypto billionaires argue crypto is special. But a basic principle of our financial system is same kind of transactions, same kind of risk, means same rules apply. Right now, if a bank takes money from terrorists, and the bank and the banker then have broken the law. And that's why banks spend so much time and so much energy identifying who their customers are and reporting suspicious activity to authorities. A lot of crypto firms are not doing these kinds of checks. So crypto has become the preferred tool for terrorists, for ransomware gangs, for drug dealers, and for rogue states that want to launder money. In 2021, at least $14 billion in digital assets went to criminals. Now, that's a lot of drugs and a lot of ransoms and a lot of bombs and a lot of nuclear materials, but it is likely only the tip of the iceberg. A new report finds that one crypto exchange alone helped launder over $10 billion for criminals and countries like Iran. Even so, the crypto industry continues to take the position nothing should change. Professor Allen, the crypto industry claims that it doesn't need to do all of the know your customer and other anti-money laundering checks that banks do and stockbrokers do, and even Western Union does, because crypto is uniquely transparent. Everything is on the blockchain, so criminals and rogue states that try to launder money in crypto will quickly be found out. Does the fact that the blockchain is public mean that it is more difficult for criminals to launder money using crypto?
In many ways, the blockchain is the worst of all worlds. For everyday people, the blockchain is a permanent public record of all their transactions, which is a privacy nightmare. But for sophisticated players with a vested interest in hiding their transactions, there are all kinds of tools available, mixers, tumblers, etc., that can hide the provenance of their crypto assets. And far from being difficult for criminals to use crypto to launder money, the fact that there aren't KYC checks is the point.
Okay, so crypto is actually easier to do money laundering. Let's look at another crypto industry argument. Professor Allen, the crypto industry claims that it would be too much trouble and maybe even technologically impossible for them to check customers the way that banks and stockbrokers and even Western Union does. But let me ask, do banks and stockbrokers in Western Union have to invest money and resources to make sure that they're set up to conduct those checks?
Yeah, I mean, KYC requirements are simply part of operating a financial services business. But avoiding those requirements, as you say, is critical to many crypto business models. Blockchain-based transaction processing, as we've discussed, is very clunky and expensive. Ms. Schulp has just told us that it can be more efficient. The only way it's more efficient is if it actually avoids the KYC checks that can slow things down. So this crypto business model is in many ways a regulatory arbitrage play.
Right. So actually, it's an interesting question. If banks and Western Union said they shouldn't have to follow any money laundering rules so that they could make more money, they could improve their profitability, what would our country say, and what does every country around the world in the financial system say?
No.
Right. Okay. So, Mr. O'Leary, I know that you are a big supporter of crypto, even after you lost $10 million in FTX's collapse. But you are an experienced investor. So let me ask you, do you believe that the potential benefits of crypto are so promising that we should accept weaker anti-money laundering rules and weaker compliance from crypto firms than we require from banks, from brokers, and from Western Union?
No, I think we should apply the same regulatory structure that we apply to existing trading of stocks and bonds on exchanges tied to broker-dealers. That is not complicated. It's already been implemented in other countries. And I take issue, Senator, with your concept that it makes it easier to do money laundering. Currencies have been used for drug trafficking since the 60s in the American dollar, when it was thrown out of a Piper aircraft in a duffel bag. The American dollar is also used by bad actors all the time.
Mr. O'Leary, I appreciate your point that everyone tries to engage in money laundering. That's what terrorists do. That's what drug dealers do. And that's what states like Iran and North Korea have done. The only point I'm trying to make is, should the same rules against money laundering apply to crypto in the way that they apply to banks, to stockbrokers, to credit card companies, to Western Union? And I think your answer to that was yes. Is that right?
No.
Mr. O'Leary, you have 30 seconds. Keep your answer short.
It's not yes. I'm just saying, if you know your client rules on both sides of the transaction and use a crypto such as USDC that is regulated, you solve this problem, Senator, overnight.
Well, I appreciate that you want the same kind of rules to apply to everyone, and we can talk about what's needed to make that happen. You know, the dark underbelly of crypto is its critical link to financing terrorism and human trafficking and drug dealing and helping rogue nations like North Korea and Iran. Crypto doesn't get a pass to help the world's worst criminals, no matter how many television ads they run or how many political contributions they make. It is time for Congress to make the crypto industry follow the same money laundering rules as everyone else. That is why Senator Marshall and I introduced a bipartisan bill today that requires crypto to follow the same money laundering rules that every bank, every broker, and Western Union all have to follow today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Van Hollen of Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me add my words of appreciation to Senator Toomey for his leadership on all sorts of issues. I've disagreed with Senator Toomey many, many times, but I've also had the opportunity to work with him closely on lots of issues. So, Pat, thank you. And thank all of you for being here. You know, over the last more than 2 years, I think this committee has been trying to take a crash course on crypto and understand all its implications. And I think the fact that we have 4 very bright individuals here with diametrically opposed views is an illustration of the challenges we're facing as a committee. But I do want to pick up where my colleague, Senator Tester, did. Because the question is, where do we go from here? And on the one hand, the impulse is, of course, to want to protect consumers. On the other hand, we want to make sure that in the process of trying to do that, we don't give a government imprimatur to a system that is so inherently risky and without necessarily any, as at least two of our witnesses said, underlying value. So, Professor Allen, if you were king, queen for the day, what would you do right now? And let me just say, we've got the SEC. The SEC clearly has the authority and power to go after fraud, and we need to make sure they have the resources to go after fraud in this area because it's grown very fast. But beyond using the existing tools, what would you do going forward?
If I were queen for a day, I would ban it. But if I were someone who was dealing with multiple constituencies and realized that that might not be viable, I think the path I would take would be to strengthen banking law, what I've been calling Glass-Steagall 2.0, and make it quite clear that banks simply may not touch crypto in any way, shape, or form. And then I would give the SEC more money. I would pass legislation that makes it clear, abundantly clear, that all crypto is a security. And to be clear, the definition section in the securities legislation doesn't just list investment contract. This isn't just about the Howey test. There's all kinds of securities that don't go through the Howey test. Bonds are just listed. If it's a bond, it's a security. So we could say, if this is a crypto asset, it's just a security. You don't have to go through the Howey test framework. And then we apply all the securities laws robustly, and I think that is the best way forward.
Thank you. And is it Mr. Shanken, Mackenzie Shanken?
Yes, sir. You can also call me Ryan Atwood from the
All right. All right. Well, in that case, listen, let me appreciate your testimony. The bottom line is, I understood, as you said, we should just deal with this and regulate it like it's gambling. And, I've been listening to analogies to Enron. I've been even analogies to the, mortgage meltdown, mortgage-backed security meltdown. At least in those cases, they're backed by real assets, right? In the case of Enron, you've got an energy-producing company. In the case of mortgage-backed securities, it was an outrageous scandal. At the end, there was it was supposed to be backed by real houses. What is this backed by, if I could ask you? What is this backed by at the end of the day?
Nothing. It's a story. Robert Shiller, the Nobel Prize-winning economist, talks about how economic narratives form. They're in response to real events. In this case, with cryptocurrency, I would argue the genesis was the subprime crisis. The Bitcoin white paper, released in October of 2008, was perhaps well-intentioned. It was intended to be a peer-to-peer currency that would avoid all intermediaries. So the story has understandable appeal. I think if crypto serves any function, it's to highlight the myriad failures of our regulated system and our banking system and our American economic system to provide people with a fair shot at the American dream, or what's left of it. That does not make the story true, however, the story of cryptocurrency. What it does is lend it enormous power. And these stories spread, as Shiller describes, like viruses, infecting one person to another, much like a multi-level marketing scheme. But for the digital era, instead of a 5-hour Tupperware party, you get a 60-second TikTok video. And you're encouraged to invest because you see other people investing. They call it FOMO, fear of missing out. We used to call it greed. People get very excited. These bubbles build up very big, but then they collapse very swiftly. And I think that's what we're seeing now today.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Senator Van Hollen. Senator Cortez Masto of Nevada is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, want my kudos to our ranking chairman. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to work with you. I, too, we've not agreed on everything, but you are a gentleman, and I do always appreciate the opportunity to have an open line of communication with you, so thank you. To everyone here, thank you. This obviously is something we have been working on for a period of time here, and really appreciate the insight you all bring. I do want to follow up on my colleague, Senator Van Hollen's line of questioning with Professor Allen. I want to ask the rest of you. Clearly, she's supporting banning it. If we don't ban it, how do we regulate it? She put forth a proposal, which is isolate it from the banking system and then define it as a security. Does anybody disagree with that or have any other ideas about how it would be regulated? Mr. O'Leary.
The concept of passing legislation that would ban banks from integrating cryptocurrencies and crypto technology, if that were to happen as an investor, I would short every American bank stock because it would make it the most uncompetitive financial services sector in the world. The innovation that is coming forward, once regulated, is going to be profound in terms of how it changes the cost, the efficiency, the auditability, the productivity of the banking sector. Just look at things as simple as ACH transfers, how archaic they are. Look at the Fed wire.
So let me just stop you there. I only have so much time. So you do not agree with isolating it from the banking system?
That's insanity.
Okay, Ms. Schultz?
No, I also don't agree with isolating it from the banking system. I do think that if I were queen for a day to regulate, I would ask Congress to make some clear lines here with respect to what is and is not a security. And I think a lot of crypto tokens do fall under the category of security, but it's not always clear. I also would ask Congress to draw clear lines as to which market regulator handles secondary trading, giving the commodities segments to the CFTC and the securities segments to the SEC. That should put good guardrails in place in order to apply similar risk frameworks to similar risks.
Thank you. Mr. Shankman?
If we allow cryptocurrency to infect our banking system, we will be back here.
Thank
We will
you.
be back here, not in a good way.
And Professor Allen, anything else to add? So I'm going to ask you, because I also appreciate your conversation with Senator Tester, and that's really focuses on why we should isolate it from the banking system. But let me ask you this. Many crypto advocates have taken this scandal that we are talking about today as an opportunity to suggest that the failure of FTX was due to its centralization and argue for decentralization finance, or DeFi. Can you talk a little bit, would that have made a difference? And what impact would DeFi lead to possible greater centralization of wealth? I mean, can you talk a little bit about what that means, if anything?
Sure. So DeFi stands for decentralized finance, but that's a marketing term because it's not actually decentralized. As I mentioned earlier, technological decentralization and economic decentralization are not the same thing. First of all, DeFi is highly integrated with the centralized crypto ecosystem, and it's not sure that it can survive without it. And then even within DeFi, there are so many intermediaries. At the underlying blockchain level, you're trusting the core developers of the software that runs the blockchain and the validators who implement the software changes. On the next level up, you're trusting the people who program the application that runs on that blockchain. Now, the people who program that are controlled by the people who own the DAO governance tokens. So you may have heard about these DAOs, these decentralized autonomous organizations. They're basically like creating a partnership on the blockchain. The ownership of those tokens, it's meant to be decentralized and dispersed, but that's not the reality. The economic reality is that for a lot of these things, like 90% of the tokens plus are owned by a single person. So, saying that I could, me having one governance token in a DAO is like me buying a share in Tesla and trying to tell Elon Musk what to do, right? So economically, it's very centralized the whole way up and down. And so, much like many of the stories that Mr. Shenkin's been talking about, it is a story. I really get why people want these things. Wouldn't it be nice if we could create a world where we didn't have to trust intermediaries who have made so many mistakes so many times? But the reality is that economic power concentrates in these places, and we can't avoid intermediaries. So what's the point of DeFi?
Thank you. I know my time is up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Cortez Masto. Senator Smith of Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Chair Brown. I'm going to direct my first question to Professor Allen. So the collapse of FTX is shocking, but it's hard to say that it's surprising, right? I mean, it's hard not to conclude that this crypto exchange and its related firm, Alameda Research, completely failed to safeguard the money of the people they entrusted their money to there. And we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that millions of dollars disappeared overnight, and that this is money that belonged to people who couldn't afford to lose their money. So, Professor Allen, I want to get at this question of consumer protection pretty quickly. So people are free to invest their money pretty much however they want to, but they deserve to know that the market is fair and that there are rules that protect them from bad actors, so they're not getting ripped off. So exchanges and firms that buy and sell stocks and commodities are required to keep company money separate from their customers' money. They don't get to gamble with their customers' money without asking permission first. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's not the case with what we saw with FTX, what we see often in crypto. Is that true?
I mean, they often say in their terms of service that they won't do it, but they do it anyway.
Yeah, I think that's right. And when a firm is being paid to give advice to their customers on how to invest their money, they have to put their customers' interests first, right? That's the basic fiduciary responsibility. Is that the case in crypto right now?
So, I mean, I think there's a big concern here about crypto being incorporated into things like pension funds and also into 401k plans. So the Department of Labor has been very clear that they don't think that this is the type of thing that belongs in any kind of sort of retirement saving. Unfortunately, Fidelity has made the move to allow people to invest in Bitcoin through their 401k plans, and I think that's highly problematic.
Yes, and Senator Warren and Senator Durbin and I have sent letters to Fidelity and have urged the Department of Labor to follow up on this, because they have this highly volatile asset that does not appear to be, it seems to be exactly the wrong kind of thing to put in a retirement account where you're looking for more stable, more stability over the long term, right? Right. And let me just ask, just following up on what Senator Warren was focusing on, banks and other financial services firms have the responsibility, the duty to know who their customers are. That's how we protect against money laundering. Is that the case in crypto?
No, and I mean, I think generally speaking, there's sort of a failure of gatekeepers all over the crypto industry. You know, we've talked about we don't have the auditors being able to exercise oversight. We don't have KYC functions there. Another failure of oversight is the venture capital firms, right? We sort of expect them to exercise a restraint and exercise diligence before lending their reputation to these businesses. But venture capital firms were throwing money at FTX and similar firms without doing their diligence. So I think, as I explored in my written testimony, one of the things we can achieve by enforcing the securities laws is actually holding venture capitalists to account a little more because of potential liability as statutory sellers of unregistered securities.
Yep. So I agree with that. I think that the crypto world of FTX shows us what can happen when we don't have basic consumer protections in place. And, crypto is a relatively new thing, but we know what to do to make sure that our markets are fair and that financial institutions know their customers. So it seems to me that our job here is to enforce the laws that we have, make sure that we are plugging holes where they exist, and making sure that our enforcement agencies have the authorities and the resources they need, or we're going to see more disasters like this. Mr. Schenken, I would like to follow up and ask you a question. I want to talk about the external impacts of crypto. So crypto mining and verification is a highly energy-intensive process. It requires more electricity annually than many individual countries. The worst offender is Bitcoin, but this is a widespread problem. In the U.S. alone, crypto operations require as much electricity as all home computers or residential lighting, and this is, of course, contributing to our challenges around carbon emissions. And then there's the issue about crypto mining exacerbating local noise and air and water pollution as well. So lots of externalities, as we say. So as I understand it, crypto mining is built on a process that becomes more and more energy intensive over time. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it's inherently inefficient. Is that
Yes.
correct?
The technology is bad.
And so where is the benefit of this kind of innovation, and how should we think about the impacts of this when it comes to the climate and energy use impacts? Because in fact, when crypto mines are located in communities, those communities often see their energy prices go up, their energy rates go up. Is that correct?
That's right. I visited the largest crypto mine in the country, Whinstone, which is in Rockdale, Texas, just outside of my hometown of Austin, Texas. Local citizens are upset. It raises the cost of electricity for all citizens, and it also uses an enormous amount of energy. It took over a former Alcoa aluminum smelting plant that had been abandoned, and now we are using it to mine ephemeral digital assets of no productive value. I think that says a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator Smith. My understanding is Senator Sinema is joining us remotely. Senator Sinema
Yes.
from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. You know, Arizonans are always interested in investment opportunities that allow them to build better lives for themselves and their families, especially in the last few years in conversations at the grocery store, the gym, the coffee shop, or the kitchen table. Arizonans have been talking about cryptocurrency, the hype, the skepticism, the questions of how it works and how it will work going forward. Like most Arizonans, I'm a skeptical optimist. I believe in the future and the potential of this technology, that it can be a force for good, and that it can ultimately make people's lives better. But also clear-eyed about what's happening right now, how technology and anonymity can be misused and abused, and how people are being deceived and defrauded. The collapse of FTX is just one of many recent market events that have shaken investors' faith in the ecosystem. Some will say that this is about the ecosystem as a whole. Others will say this merely applies to centralized entities and that this criticism should not apply to more decentralized projects. But even in the context of decentralized projects, we need to understand how dispersed ownership truly is. So this is a complex issue, but I want to put the focus where it should be, on everyday Arizonans, many of whom put their faith in a technology that appeals to our independent leanings and our natural skepticism of government and centralized control. So I believe we have some obligations to everyday Arizonans. First, to make sure they have the information they need to understand risks and opportunities, and ultimately to make investment decisions that work for themselves and for their families. Second, to grow the U.S. economy and protect the integrity of our capital markets. Third, to provide a regulatory framework that responsibly promotes innovation here in the U.S. while increasing funding for enforcement to ensure that any bad actor is pursued quickly and harshly. So protect investors, protect the economy, promote innovation, go after the bad guys. It's pretty fundamental. So I'd like to turn to Professor Allen and thank him for being here. Your testimony cites a Financial Times article entitled, "Let It Burn," that calls for crypto to do just that, to burn down as a fully unregulated business. So let's be specific. In the cases of FTX, Terra, Luna, Celsius, and others, who exactly got burned?
It was the investors.
That's right. And I also want to apologize, Professor Allen. I misnamed you there for a moment. I apologize. In other words, it was investors, right? Everyday Arizonans, people who work hard for the money they make and are just trying to provide for their families, save for their kids' college, or take that vacation they've always dreamed of. The founders didn't get burned, even if ultimately they got arrested. It's regular people who got burned. And that's why it frustrates me when people say flippantly, "let it burn," because that's the hard-earned savings that everyday people invested in good faith with promises of big returns. And for FTX customers, all of that is now gone. Now, most people had no idea they'd find themselves as unsecured creditors, unlikely to get back the investments they'd entrusted to Mr. Bankman-Fried and others. And they're last in line behind banks, lawyers, other lenders, and venture funds. For months, I've had people in Washington tell me and my staff that new legislation isn't necessary here. They say that there's sufficient regulatory authority and that the regulators should just handle it unimpeded. But my question is, where were the regulators? I was encouraged to see fraud charges pressed against Mr. Bankman-Fried and his subsequent extradition and arrest. But let's be serious, that was reactive, not proactive. And frankly, it's the least that government could do. And perhaps most importantly for all those regular Americans, it's not going to get them their money back. And others will say that this is a classic case of buyer beware. It's clear that due to murky jurisdictional issues, unanswered legal questions, and a lack of regulatory clarity, investors are having a difficult time accurately pricing risk. In finance, we learn that the return on your investment should be related to the risk that you bear. But if you can't price the risk, it's hard to understand what return you should expect. And that cuts at the core of how a healthy market should function. Professor Allen, your testimony highlights a number of ways that greater regulation enforcement can be valuable for investors. And I'm interested in identifying specific ways that we can assist investors in quantifying the risk they may be taking on. Are there specific disclosure or registration requirements that you believe may assist investors in more accurate price discovery?
Thank you, Senator. So first of all, I want to point out that the let it burn argument may seem harsh, and it's not one that I advocate for this reason, but it may seem harsh to the individual investors, but it's advocated in the sense of trying to protect people who haven't invested in crypto from broader financial failure. So it's not as harsh as it might seem. We're trying to find a regulatory regime that can protect non-investors as well as investors. And that's what I've tried to advocate for in my testimony. In terms of protecting investors, as I've said, I don't know how you can really protect them from crypto assets with more disclosures, because what are you actually disclosing about an asset that has nothing behind it? I think that the securities laws are effective in requiring registration, which means people who have assets with nothing behind them won't be able to offer them in the first place. And that, I think, is the value, the ex ante value, as you said, instead of an ex post enforcement action. I think that is the value of applying the securities laws here. And yes, I wish they had been enforced more aggressively in the lead up to this. I think the SEC has not had enough resources. I also think that the SEC has faced a lot of significant political pressure to back off from the crypto industry. It received letters from congresspeople last year saying, don't look at FTX. So I think that full-throated support from Congress for the SEC's investor protection mission could be very effective in increasing enforcement in this space.
Thank you, Professor Allen. Thank you, Senator Sinema. Senator Toomey has one last question, as I do, and then we'll wrap. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think during the course of this hearing, we haven't talked as much as we ought to about some of the, I think, really exciting and terrific applications that the crypto ecosystem makes possible. One of the categories that comes to mind is the ability to use stablecoins in conjunction with smart contracts. Basically, it turns into what I think of as programmable money, where you can write into the code a payment that will occur based on some exogenous and verifiable event, and the payment requires no human intervention. It just happens when the exogenous event occurs. So, Ms. Schulp, I wonder, first of all, could you comment on whether you think there's a lot of future in this idea of programmable money? And then secondly, I think you're familiar with the legislative framework that I've laid out for stablecoins. I think the heart of that is the requirement that we have 100% cash and cash equivalents as a backing for a stablecoin, and oversight by the OCC, but not the Fed. And I wonder if you would comment also on whether you think that is the right approach to regulating stablecoins.
Of course. So I do believe that stablecoins have a lot of promise, not only in terms of the programmable money concept that you state, but also in terms of just being a faster and more stable way to work within a digital ecosystem rather than relying on kind of our current creaky payment rails. Stablecoins can offer a lot of alternatives in that space where we have truly digital money. I am familiar with your legislation, and I think that it addresses what is one of the, I think, most obvious risks in the stablecoin space, which is the concern that stablecoin issuers do not have stable coins because the reserves that they have behind them might not be what they say they are. I think that there are a number of ways that you can go about creating a regulatory regime to take account of that risk. I myself have proposed kind of a disclosure-based framework that could be put into place by something like the SEC. In fact, it's very similar to the disclosure framework that you have proposed with the OCC. I do think it's important to separate that type of regulatory function from the federal monetary regulator, so that the Federal Reserve is not the one charged with handling regulation of kind of a money substitute here. There's a lot of conflicts of interest that can exist in that space, and I think it's wise to keep stablecoin regulation, which is something that I think is kind of low-hanging fruit at this point. There's obvious risks, and I think there are pretty obvious ways to deal with those risks in pretty simple fashion. But we should keep that type of regulation separate and apart from monetary regulation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And my question, in fact, thank you for that answer. Professor Allen, my question is in part follow up with your answer to Senator Sinema about the difficulty of regulating crypto. Crypto firms have called for regulatory clarity, is a term that some of them use. Do you think crypto platforms could mostly comply with actual regulations?
No, I don't. And I think when they're calling for regulatory clarity, what they're asking for is bespoke regulation that they can comply with.
Okay, good answer. Thank you. Thanks to the witnesses for your testimony. The events of this week should be a warning to others about accountability, not just in crypto. How we discuss crypto from this point forward will define crypto markets for the future. For senators who wish to submit questions, for the record, those questions are due Wednesday, December 21st. Witnesses, we ask you within 45 days to respond to any questions. Thank you again. The committee is adjourned.
All right. So there is that. Man, they did not go back to Kevin Oleary after he pushed back on Sacagawea Warren. So that was interesting. Very strange. Hey, Michael J. Good to see you. Good to see you. Very yeah, very strange. I think the couple of takes from that are, all the same stuff that they were saying is happening in the stock market in the financial world that they claim is, separate from crypto. I don't know. I don't know what to think of it. That's it was very strange. Let's get some music back on. There we go. I mean, Liz Warren stood out the most to me. Like and correct me if I'm wrong. I know the witnesses are under oath. Are the people on the other side under oath? Like, how did they get away with allegedly telling lies? Because the way she just throws this bullshit around about cryptocurrency, it's used for terrorists. Yeah, I know. That's what it is. That's these people, they just make claims with with nothing to back it up, and just try to repeat it enough times that you will it into existence and you shut down your opposition. You ask Oleary a question, he gives you the answer that you don't like, and you shut him down? I just don't get it. I don't get it. The market's still up, though. We got the Dow up 0.64%, the S&P up 0.57%, NASDAQ up exactly the same. We've got just about 2 hours till we get the Fed decision. Well, yes, exactly. All the stuff that they, let's get down to the meat and potatoes, the stuff that Kevin Oleary was talking about, the actual fraud that took place, like a few of the senators wanted to do, you know what I mean? But some of them use their time as just an attack on cryptocurrency. It's pretty pointless, but I think that, acting like all these problems don't exist in the stock market, and you noticed at the beginning when they said, it was tumor. when he was saying we're not going to attack the mechanism of how we're just going to attack who did it and why they did it, because they don't want to bring up those tokenized shares. They don't want to bring up that end of it. I'm telling you, didn't see that mentioned at all, right? Did you guys hear tokenized shares? The only thing I heard was a Western Union commercial out of Liz Warren. Yeah, I thought he hit back. I thought Oleary was you know, I thought for sure he was walking out of there with a royalty deal. But he was good. And the other guy just sounded like sour grapes, if I'm being honest. I never watched the OC, or what's the other show that he was in. But what was his relevance? What was his, I don't understand his connection, his why he was there. You guys know something that I don't know? Please fill me in. If there's a reason that the dude was... Yeah, I don't know what it is either, GTA. I hear these numbers, quadrillions, and I see that they exist. I know that, but I don't know what they, you know. Gotham, yes. So it sounded like a dude that bought Bitcoin because acting was all shut down during the pandemic. He probably didn't buy it at the tippy top. Probably bought it at about 55. Him and his buddies, and they lost their money, which the same could be said about anything else. You know, you could say, well, I bought Google last year and it's down 40%. I want my money back. We need something, you know. I don't know, Michael J. That's the tough part, because there's layers to this, right? Because you have a new house taken over in January, so you have to think the agenda there is going to be a little bit different. And you have both sides of the aisle paid off, I think, in this situation, one way or another. You know, it's I don't know. It's a weird situation, because unfortunately nowadays most things that come in front of Congress are a clear left and right issue. You know, with the energy companies, we watched some of those hearings, and with those it was a complete bipartisan event. You know, where the Republicans attacked the administration and the Democrats attacked the oil CEOs. So it was completely unproductive. This isn't so much as of a partisan situation, but I think you have people paid off. So if you know, think about what Bankman-Fried said when he first got questioned about his political donations. He said that he made as much that he donated, and I'm not questioning the validity of this, because maybe he did. I don't think it matters. The fact that he donated on both sides, we should be looking at all those people. But he said he donated more to the Republican Party through dark channels, so it couldn't be traced to him because of appearance or something, which is troubling in itself. Because if a kid that we now know wasn't the brightest tool in the shed, sharpest tool, I just proved myself right. You know, I mean, if he was able to do this, so how much other dark money is going to how many other people, from people outside of him that are, and I mean, these are all allegations, but I mean, you look at some you look at what's her name? You look at Liz Warren's 5 minutes, and you tell me that somebody isn't influencing that. So I don't know. I don't know who the bad players are. Well, Google's down like 40%, isn't it, GTA? It's down like 40% in the year. 35, 40%. All of them are. Amazon, Tesla, you know, it's... I mean, you could use a bigger example, but I'm just saying, like, people didn't think that they were taking a risk buying Google or buying Apple or buying. Yeah, physical cash is some of the dirtiest stuff on the planet. Dirtiest stuff on the planet. You don't want to touch that. All right, guys, it is 12:15. I'm gonna go get some lunch, and I've got to pick Nikki up just about right before the Fed decision. It's his early day, so I pick him up at 1:50. I will be back by about 10 after 2 to bring you guys J Powell at 2:30. That boy, tennis. Gentleman and a scholar. Gentleman and a scholar. You know what I say. You got to do what you got to do to make ends meet. Who the hell am I to judge, right? But yeah, I'm going to cut out for a minute, get some lunch, do all that stuff, and then expect a wild ride. Expect a wild ride come to. We should see an immediate reaction, especially if there is some kind of wild card and they go someplace other than 50 basis points. And then J Powell, will he show up in a Santa suit? Will he show up in a Grinch suit? There's only one way to know. Got to tune in to find out. So yes, Germ Corp, thank you, my friend. Always a pleasure having you here, buddy. And yes, I will talk to you guys soon. Much love, everybody. Anyone needs me, you guys always know. You can always hit me up. Peace out for right now.
482, but it's still below where the Fed is. And more so when you look out the curve to the January.
All right, guys, welcome back. Sorry, let me turn this TV down. So we've got the half percentage rate hike, just like we expected. 17 Fed officials now above 5% in the 2023 funds forecast. So I think they've moved it up to 5.1. 7 Fed officials see 2023 funds rate at 5.4% or higher. So not a great reaction so far. Maybe more to come with Jay Powell talking. We got the NASDAQ down almost 0.5%, the S&P down 1/3%, the Dow down 0.21%. And you can see right there. So we didn't rally with the 0.5%. And we got Jay Powell coming up in 14 minutes. And what else we got going on? Excuse me. AMC back into the red now, 572. Ape up, still holding above that 90-cent mark, 5.6% gains on Ape. GameStop up at 21.41, up 2%. So we'll be bringing you Jay Powell in just a few minutes. That should be about a half hour, 45 minutes, and bring us right into Power Hour. I mean, you have to think just from what the Fed's put out so far. Let me see if I can get the official statement. Loki, what's up, Loki? Good to see you. Good to see you. Glad someone's with me out there. All right, so this is what CNBC has to say. Fed statement so far, a hawkish surprise. Surprise, you say, huh? Said John Briggs of NatWest Markets. Besides boosting the terminal rate forecast above 5%, just 2 Fed officials in their forecast were below 5%. That's a hawkish surprise. It's not like it's a dispersed group. I think he meant to say diverse. I think we're seeing a delayed reaction. We need to see how Powell characterizes it. He also said the increase in the forecast for core PCE, the central bank's preferred inflation measure, was a surprise. Latest policy statement from the Federal Open Market Committee is little change from the November edition. Notably, the central bankers left in language that the committee anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate. This could be viewed as a hawkish sign by traders. Federal Reserve indicated Wednesday it sees the so-called terminal rate, or the high water mark for the Fed funds rate, at 5.1%. At that point, officials are likely to pause to allow the impact of the monetary policy tightening to make its way through the economy. The consensus then pointed to a full percentage point worth of rate cuts in 2024, taking the funds rate to 4.1% by the end of that year. That is followed by another percentage point of cuts in 2025 to a rate of 3.1%, before the benchmark settles into a longer run neutral level of 2.5%. The move was widely expected by economists and investors. The move brings the Fed funds rate to a range of 4.25 to 4.5%. What's up, bullfrogging? Tiny. Good to see you. Glad you're here. We're going to see Jay Powell work some of that magic in a few minutes. And I don't know, guys. It looks like he's going to be showing up in that Grinch costume after all. But maybe we see a surprise. Maybe this was the downside, and maybe he opens with a ho ho ho, and we're off and running. Either way, Mullen ain't slowing down. Not even a chance. Just under 26 cents now on Mullen, up 20.5% for Mullen Automotive. So the market not in free fall yet. Big turnaround, just about a full percentage point swing on all three indexes on the news. Maybe that was the downside, maybe more to come. You gotta look, Jay Powell's 1-1, his last two talks. So his last talk 2 weeks ago, he talked a little bit dovish and the market went wild. 2 weeks before that, he came out at after the FOMC, talked real hawkish, and whoosh. Blessed Auto Group, what's up? What's up? I don't know, man. I don't see how anything good could come out of what he's saying. But again, it's all about interpretation here. I haven't even checked on mine. I put a sell order in. Yeah, mine are right back to where they started today at, blessed. So they're still worth about 90. I'm gonna hold. Maybe Jay Powell sends it to the moon, but I'm gonna take a chance. I don't see how he could have anything good to say, but like I said, we've seen a negative reaction to the 0.5, and maybe it's because there was people that had the audacity to be saying that they were looking at a 0.25% raise or even a no raise, but I don't think that was ever really in the cards. So we had a situation where the market dropped a full percent on what a lot of people would have said is good news, right? You know, it's the first sign of us coming at least down. we had what, four 75 basis points in a row. So coming down a little bit. Ho, ho, ho. Yeah, so do I, and I'm hoping those puts don't go kaput real quick. And I think we should know, Blast. I think we should know in the first couple minutes of him talking what direction it's going to go. I don't think it's going to be something where, you know, midway through, or we have to wait until the Q&A to know where this is going. Well, I would have to say, if I had to choose one right now, I would say on the market with Jay Powell. That's if I was a betting man, that's what I would go with. Yeah, we had some maybe bots, maybe something else in here, Randy, pumping that earlier. You could probably scroll up and see it, saying that they were going to do a 0.25 or even a 0. And you know, I was gonna hedge with like a call or two, but once I seen that, I'm like, no, I'm not. Although statistically, bots have been proven to be correct sometimes. So just saying. All right, 3 minutes, guys. Get your popcorn ready. This is really the last, really the last major stock market event of 2022. Like I said, obviously anything can happen on a daily basis, but as far as what this dictates, and remember when he's talking, the next FOMC meeting is February 1st. So we get all of December off, all of January. The next FOMC will be in February. So take that into consideration on your own. When they're talking about where this is going, bear in mind that they'll have nearly 2 more months of data. So if he does leave it a little bit open-ended, let's not get too happy. And I'm not talking how the market reacts. I'm talking how we should be looking at inflation, things like that. So just don't, just take that into consideration. I love these headlines. I want to be a headline writer for CNBC. Fed Chair Jay Powell news conference imminent. Like it wasn't going to happen. Call me crazy. All right, so this should be starting any minute, guys. And then, yep. You can also see the strings if you look real close, Randy. You can see the strings, as you could earlier today. They had good lighting at the in the Senate, but you could still see the strings if you look real close. How do you think Jay Powell feels right before this? He's got to be doing some M&M stuff, throwing up or something. Knowing that he has the power to what he's about to say is either going to make some people's lives a lot better or ruin a lot of people's lives. A lot of power. A lot of power. I do think that Mr. Powell does respect that aspect. I think he understands the power that he has. Not sticking up for him, but I do think that he doesn't take that lightly. So going into this, let's remember where we're at here. Okay, and here he comes. I don't know what that fax machine noise is. If you guys can hear that, I apologize. I'm gonna mute my
Good afternoon. Before I go into the details of today's meeting, I'd like to underscore for the American people that we understand the hardship that high inflation is causing and that we are strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal. Over the course of the year, we've taken forceful actions to tighten the stance of monetary policy. We've covered a lot of ground, and the full effects of our rapid tightening so far are yet to be felt. Even so, we have more work to do. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve and serves as the bedrock of our economy. Without price stability, the economy doesn't work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. Today, the FOMC raised our policy interest rate by a half percentage point. We continue to anticipate that ongoing increases will be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2% over time. In addition, we're continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. Restoring price stability will likely require maintaining a restrictive policy stance for some time. I'll have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. The U.S. economy has slowed significantly from last year's rapid pace. Although real GDP rose at a pace of 2.9% last quarter, it is roughly unchanged through the first 3 quarters of this year. Recent indicators point to modest growth of spending and production this quarter. Growth in consumer spending has slowed from last year's rapid pace, in part reflecting lower real disposable income and tighter financial conditions. Activity in the housing sector has weakened significantly, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. As shown in our summary of economic projections, the median projection for real GDP growth stands at just 0.5% this year and next, well below the median estimate of the longer-run normal growth rate. Despite the slowdown in growth, the labor market remains extremely tight, with the unemployment rate near a 50-year low, job vacancies still very high, and wage growth elevated. Job gains have been robust, with employment rising by an average of 272,000 jobs per month over the last 3 months. Although job vacancies have moved below their highs and the pace of job gains has slowed from earlier in the year, the labor market continues to be out of balance, with demand substantially exceeding the supply of available workers. The labor force participation rate is little changed since the beginning of the year. FOMC participants expect supply and demand conditions in the labor market to come into better balance over time, easing upward pressures on wages and prices. The median projection in the SEP for the unemployment rate rises to 4.6% at the end of next year. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in October, total PCE prices rose 6%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 5%. In November, the 12-month change in the CPI was 7.1%, and the change in the core CPI was 6%. The inflation data received so far for October and November show a welcome reduction in the monthly pace of price increases. But it will take substantially more evidence to give confidence that inflation is on a sustained downward path. Price pressures remain evident across a broad range of goods and services. Russia's war against Ukraine has boosted prices for energy and food and has contributed to upward pressure on inflation. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 5.6% this year and falls to 3.1% next year, 2.5% in 2024, and 2.1% in 2025. Participants continue to see risks to inflation as weighted to the upside. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. But that is not grounds for complacency. The longer the current bout of high inflation continues, the greater the chance that expectations of higher inflation will become entrenched. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by a half percentage point, bringing the target range to 4.25% to 4.5%. And we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. With today's action, we have raised interest rates by 4.25 percentage points this year. We continue to anticipate that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2% over time. Over the course of the year, financial conditions have tightened significantly in response to our policy actions. Financial conditions fluctuate in the short term in response to many factors, but it is important that over time they reflect the policy restraint that we're putting in place to return inflation to 2%. We are seeing the effects on demand in the most interest-sensitive sectors of the economy, such as housing. It will take time, however, for the full effects of monetary restraint to be realized, especially on inflation. In light of the cumulative tightening of monetary policy and the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation, the committee decided to raise interest rates by 50 basis points today, a step down from the 75 basis point pace seen over the previous 4 meetings. Of course, 50 basis points is still a historically large increase, and we still have some ways to go. As shown in the SEP, the median projection for the appropriate level of the federal funds rate is 5.1% at the end of next year, a half percentage point higher than projected in September. The median projection is 4.1% at the end of 2024 and 3.1% at the end of 2025, still above the median estimate of its longer run value. Of course, these projections do not represent a committee decision or plan, and no one knows with any certainty where the economy will be a year or more from now. Our decisions will depend on the totality of incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation. And we will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting and communicate our thinking as clearly as possible. We are taking forceful steps to moderate demand so that it comes into better alignment with supply. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a sustained period of below-trend growth and some softening of labor market conditions. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the long run. The historical record cautions strongly against prematurely loosening policy. We will stay the course until the job is done. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I will look forward to your questions.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. You just talked about the importance of market conditions reflecting the policy restraint you put in place. Since the November meeting, the 10-year has declined by 60 basis points. Mortgage rates have come down. High-yield credit spreads have come in. The economy has accelerated, and the stock market's up 6%. Is this loosening of financial conditions a problem for the Fed in its effort and its fight against inflation? And if so, do you need to do something about that, and how would you do something about that? Thank you.
So as I mentioned, it is important that overall financial conditions continue to reflect the policy restraint that we're putting in place to bring inflation down to 2%. We think that financial conditions have tightened significantly in the past year. But our policy actions work through financial conditions, and those in turn affect economic activity, the labor market, and inflation. So what we control is our policy moves and the communications that we make. Financial conditions both anticipate and react to our actions. I would add that our focus is not on short-term moves, but on persistent moves. And many things, of course, move financial conditions over time. I would say it's our judgment today that we're not at a sufficiently restrictive policy stance yet, which is why we say that we would expect that ongoing hikes would be appropriate. And I would point you to the SEP, again, for our current assessment of what that peak level will be. As you will have seen, 19 people filled out the SEP this time, and 17 of those 19 wrote down a peak rate of 5% or more, in the fives. So that's our best assessment today for what we think the peak rate will be. You will also know that at each subsequent SEP during the course of this year, we've actually increased our estimate of what that peak rate will be. And today, the SEP that were published shows that, again, that overwhelmingly FOMC participants believe that inflation risks are to the upside. So I can't tell you confidently that we won't move up our estimate of the peak rate again at the next SEP. I don't know what we'll do. It will depend on future data. What we're writing down today is our best estimate of what we think that peak rate will be based on what we know. Obviously, if the inflation data come in worse, that could move up, and it could move down if inflation data are softer.
Gina. Gina Smilik, New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions. The SEP, like you mentioned, suggests that the Fed will be making another 3/4 percentage points worth of rate increases in 2023. I wonder if you would foresee that being in 25 basis point increments, 50 basis point increments, sort of how you see the speed playing out going forward. And then I wonder what you're looking at as you determine when to stop.
Yeah. As I've been saying, as we've gone through the course of this year, as we lifted off and got into the course of the year, and we saw how strong inflation was and how persistent, it was very important to move quickly. In fact, the speed, the pace with which we were moving was the most important thing. I think now that we're coming to the end of this year, we've raised 425 basis points this year, and we're into restrictive territory. It's now not so important how fast we go. It's far more important to think, what is the ultimate level? And then at a certain point, the question will become, how long do we remain restrictive? That will become the most important question. But I would say the most important question now is no longer the speed. So, and that applies to February as well. So I think we'll make the February decision based on the incoming data and where we see financial conditions, where we see the economy. And that'll be the key thing. But for that decision. But ultimately, that question about how high to raise rates is going to be one that we make looking at our progress on inflation, looking at where financial conditions are, and making an assessment of whether policy is restrictive enough. I've told you today we have an assessment that we're not at a restrictive enough stance, even with today's move, and we've laid out our individual assessments of what we would need to do to get there. At a certain point, though, we'll get to that point, and then the question will be, how long do we stay there? And the strong view on the committee is that we'll need to stay there, until we're really confident that inflation is coming down in a sustained way, and we think that will be some time. Now, why do I say that? If you look at you can break inflation down into three sort of buckets. The first is goods inflation, and we see now, as we've been expecting really for a year and a half, that supply conditions would get better, and ultimately supply chains get fixed, and demand settles down a little bit and maybe goes back to services a little bit, and we start to see goods inflation coming down. We're now starting to see that in this report and the last one. Then you go to housing services. We know the story there is that housing services inflation has been very, very high and will continue to go up, actually, as rents expire and have to be renewed. They're going to be renewed into a market where rates are higher than they were when the original leases were signed. But we see that the new leases that the rate for new leases is coming down. So once we work our way through that backlog, that inflation will come down sometime next year. The third piece, which is something like 55% of the index, PCE, core inflation index, is non-housing related core services. And that's really a function of the labor market largely. The biggest cost by far in that sector is labor. And we do see a very, very strong labor market, one where we haven't seen much softening, where job growth is very high, where wages are very high, vacancies are quite elevated, and really there's an imbalance in the labor market between supply and demand. So that part of it, which is the biggest part, is likely to take a substantial period to get down. The goods inflation has turned pretty quickly now, after not turning at all for a year and a half. Now it seems to be turning, but there's an expectation really that the services inflation will not move down so quickly, so that we'll have to stay at it, so that we may have to raise rates higher to get to where we want to go. And that's really why we are writing down those high rates and why we're expecting that they'll have to remain high for a time.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thanks for taking the question. You described GDP growth in the SEPs as moderate or modest, I believe, yet it's really approaching stall speed. 0.5 percentage point is not much. You described labor market unemployment rate as representing some softening, but it's nearly a full percentage point rise, and that's well in excess of what has historically been associated with recession. Why wouldn't this be considered a recessionary projection by the Fed?
Well, I'll tell you what the projection is. I don't think it would qualify as a recession, no, because you've got positive growth. The expectations in the SEP are basically, as you said, which is we've got growth at a modest level, which is to say about 0.5 percentage point. That's positive growth. It's slow growth. It's well below trend. It's not going to feel like a boom. It's going to feel like very slow growth, right? In that condition, labor market conditions are softening a bit. Unemployment does go up a bit. I would say that many analysts believe that the natural rate of unemployment is actually elevated at this moment. So it's not clear that those forecasts of inflation are really much above the natural rate of unemployment. We can never identify its location with great precision. But that 4.7% is still a strong labor market. If you look, you've got the reports we get from the field are that companies are very reluctant to lay people off, other than the tech companies, which is a story unto itself. Generally, companies want to hold on to the workers they have because it's been very, very hard to hire. So, and you've got all these vacancies out there far in excess of the number of employed people. That doesn't sound like a labor market where a lot of people will need to be put out of work. So that there are channels through which the labor market can come back into balance with relatively modest increases in unemployment, we believe. None of that is guaranteed, but that is what their forecast reflects.
Nick. Thanks, Nick Temeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, I want to follow up on Gina's question. The decision to step down the pace of rate rises appears to have been socialized at your last meeting, largely before the past two CPI reports showed inflation decelerating in line with the committee's forecast this year. You just now talked about making decisions meeting by meeting and being mindful of the lags of policy. Does that mean, all things equal, you would feel more comfortable probing where the terminal rate is by moving in 25 basis point increments, including beginning at your next meeting?
So I haven't made a judgment on what size rate hike to make at the last meeting. But what you said is broadly right, which is having moved so quickly and having now so much restraint that's still in the pipeline, we think that the appropriate thing to do now is to move to a slower pace. And that will allow us to feel our way and and get to that level, we think, and better balance the risks that we face. So that's the idea. It makes a lot of sense, it seems to me, particularly if you consider how far we've come. But again, I can't tell you today what the actual size of that will be. It will depend on a variety of factors, including the incoming data in particular, the state of the economy, the state of financial conditions.
With the CPI report that had come out last week, do you think it would have changed some of those forecasts in today's SEP?
No, absolutely not. No, as just a matter of practice, the SEP reflects any data that comes out during the meeting. And participants know that they know this, that they can make changes to their SEP during the meeting, well in advance of the press conference so that we're not running around. But that's not the case. It's never the case that the SEPs don't reflect an important piece of data that came in on the first day of the meeting.
Thanks. Rachel? Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thank you for taking our questions. I'm wondering if we could talk about the projection for the unemployment rate. Why has the Fed raised its unemployment projection? Is it because the models suggest that a higher terminal rate would automatically cause a higher unemployment rate? Or are you seeing signs that the labor market isn't quite as strong as we think it is now? Thanks.
No, it's not about the strength of the labor market. The labor market is clearly very strong. It is more just that, by now, we've continually expected to make faster progress on inflation than we have ultimately, and that's why the peak rate for this year goes up between this meeting and the September meeting. You see the fact that we've made less progress than expected on inflation, so that's why that goes up, and that's why unemployment goes up, because we're having to tighten policy more. And so it didn't go up by much in the meeting, I don't think, but that's the idea, is slower progress on inflation, tighter policy, probably higher rates, probably held for longer, just to get to where the kind of restriction that you need to get inflation down to 2%.
Do you have a sense of, in order to get to that number, how much of that could be caused by layoffs versus vacancies trimming or changes to the labor force population rate?
So it's very hard to say. You can look at history, right? And history would say that in a situation like this, the declines in unemployment would be more meaningful, I think, than what you see written down there. But why do we think that is the case? So I'll give you a few reasons. First, just is that there's this huge overhang of vacancies, meaning that vacancies can come down a fair amount, and we're hearing from many companies that they don't want to lay people off, so that they'll keep people because it's been so hard. I mean, I think it feels like we have a structural labor shortage out there, where there are 4 million fewer people, a little more than 4 million, who are in the workforce available to work than there's demand for workforce. So the fact that there's a strong labor market, means that companies will hold on to workers, and it means that it may take longer, but it also means that the costs in unemployment may be less. Again, that we're going to find out empirically, but I think that's a reasonably possible outcome, and you do hear many labor economists believe that it is. So we'll see, though.
Colby?
Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. How should we interpret the higher core inflation forecast for 2023 in the SEP? Does that not then suggest that the policy rate currently forecasted for next year should actually be higher than the 5.1 medium estimate penciled in?
Well, I think that's why one of the reasons it went up was that core came in stronger this year. Yeah, what you see is our best estimate as of today, for how high we need to raise rates, to how much we need to tighten policy to create enough, restrictive policy to slow economic activity and soften the labor market and bring inflation down through those channels. That is the estimate, best estimate we make today. And as I mentioned, we'll make another estimate for the next SEP, and we'll, of course, between meetings we do the same thing, but we don't publish it.
Victoria?
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. I wanted to make sure I understand specifically what's going on in the SEP, because you all expect rates to go higher, but you're also more pessimistic about what inflation is going to look like next year. And I was just wondering, given that we have seen some cooling in inflation, is that primarily because of wage growth, that you expect wage growth to be sort of a headwind?
No, we're going into next year with higher inflation than we had thought. Right, so we're actually moving down to the level that we're moving down to next year is still a very large drop in inflation from where inflation is running now, well more than a 1% change in inflation. But remember that the jump-off point at the beginning of the year is higher. So we're moving down still by a very large chunk. I don't think the policy's having any less effect. It's just starting from a higher level at the end of 2022. So we're getting down, I believe the median is 3.5%. That's a pretty significant drop in inflation. And where's it coming from? It's coming from the goods sector, clearly. By the middle of next year, we should begin to see lower inflation from the housing services sector. And then, the big question is how much will you see from the 55% of the index, which is the non-housing services sector. And, that's where you need to see, we believe you need to see a better balancing of supply and demand in the labor market so that you have, it's not that we don't want wage increases. We want strong wage increases. We just want them to be at a level that's consistent with 2% inflation. Right now, if you factor in productivity estimates, standard productivity estimates, wages are running, well above what would be consistent with 2% inflation.
Neil. Thanks. Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. Some of your colleagues have been pretty explicit that they can't imagine rate cuts happening in 2023. That's certainly not implied by the SEP. But futures markets have priced in some easing in the back half of next year. What's your view of the likelihood of any kind of rate cuts next year? What circumstances might make that plausible?
Our focus right now is really on moving our policy stance to one that is restrictive enough to assure a return of inflation to our 2% goal over time. It's not on rate cuts. And we think that we'll have to maintain a restrictive stance of policy for some time. Historical experience cautions strongly against prematurely loosening policy. I guess I would say it this way. I wouldn't see us considering rate cuts until the committee is confident that inflation is moving down to 2% in a sustained way. So that's the test I would articulate. And you're correct. There are not rate cuts in the SEP for 2023.
Steve Matthews with Bloomberg. Let me ask you about China. In the last few weeks, China has abandoned its COVID policy and been reopening pretty strongly. I'm wondering if you see that as disinflationary because you're seeing supply chains improve, or inflationary because it obviously brings a lot more demand globally, improves the global outlook for growth and for commodities prices.
And so you're right. Those two things will offset each other. Weaker output in China will push down on commodity prices, but it could interfere with supply chains ultimately, and that could push inflation up in the West. It's very hard to say, how those two will offset each other, and it doesn't seem likely actually that the overall net effect would be material on us. But to your point, China faces a very challenging situation in reopening. We've seen waves of COVID all around the world can interfere with economic activity. China, a very critical manufacturing place for manufacturing and exporting. Their supply chain is very important. And China faces a reopening. They've backed away from their COVID restriction policies. There could be very significant increases in COVID, and we'll just have to see. It's a risky situation. But again, it doesn't seem like it's likely to have material overall effects on us.
Chris.
Hi, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thank you for taking my question. I wondered if you could comment a bit more about yesterday's inflation report. I mean, it showed inflation cooling in all three of the categories that you laid out at Brookings. Are you confident that you're seeing real progress on getting inflation under control? Are you still worried it could slip into some kind of unentrenched, upward spiral? Thank you.
Right. So the data that we've received so far for October and November, we don't have we have some remaining data to get in November, but they clearly do show a welcome reduction in the monthly pace of price increases. As I mentioned in my opening statement, it will take substantially more evidence to give confidence that inflation is on a sustained downward path. So the way we think about this is this. This report is very much in line with what we've been expecting and hoping for. And what it does is it provides greater confidence in our forecast of declining inflation. As I mentioned, we've been forecasting significant declines in overall inflation and core inflation in the coming year. And this is the kind of reading that it will take to support that. So really this gives us greater confidence in our forecast rather than at this point changing our forecast. In terms of the pieces, we have been expecting goods inflation to come down as supply chain pressures eased. That's happening now. Housing services, as I mentioned, there is good news in the pipeline. As long as new housing leases show declining inflation, that will show up in the measure around the middle of next year, so that should help. And the big piece, again, is core services ex housing, which is very important, and we have a ways to go there. You do see some beginning signs there, but ultimately that's that more than half, as I mentioned, of PCE core index, and it's very fundamentally about the labor market and wages. If you look at wages, look at the average hourly earnings number we got with the last payrolls report. You don't really see much progress in terms of our average hourly earnings coming down. Now there may be composition effects and other effects in that, so we don't put too much weight on any one report. These things can be volatile month to month, but we'll be looking for wages moving, down to more normal levels where workers are doing well and ultimately their gains are not being eaten up by inflation.
Michael. Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. There's a little bit of a disconnect between the optimistic view you just expressed about the economy and the changes that you've made in the SEP. And I'm wondering if you're reacting to the fact that the markets have loosened financial conditions, or if you feel the Fed may be a little bit behind on inflation, whether the recent disinflation we're seeing is transitory or not, and how this affects the idea of a soft landing if you're projecting just 0.5% growth for this year.
So if I think I got your question. So, one thing is to say is I think our policies in getting into a pretty good place now. We're restrictive, and I think we're getting close to that level of sufficient, we think, sufficiently restrictive. We laid out today what our best estimates are to get there. It boils down to how long do we think this process is going to take? And of course, we welcome these better inflation reports for the last 2 months. They're very welcome, but I think we're realistic about the broader project. So that's all. That's the point I would make. It's, we see goods prices coming down. We understand what will happen with housing services, but the big story will really be the rest of it, and there's not much progress there, and that's going to take some time. I think my view and my colleagues' view is that this will take some time. We'll have to hold policy at a restrictive level for a sustained period, so that two good monthly reports are very welcome. Of course, they're very welcome, but I think we need to be honest with ourselves that there's, inflation, 12-month core inflation is 6% CPI. That's 3 times our 2% target. Now, it's good to see progress, but let's just understand we have a long ways to go to get back to price stability.
Well, do you think the soft landing is no longer achievable?
No, I wouldn't say that. No, I don't say that. I would say this, to the extent we need to keep rates higher and keep them there for longer, and inflation, moves up higher and higher, I think that narrows the runway. But lower inflation readings, if they persist in time, could certainly make it more possible. So I don't think anyone knows whether we're going to have a recession or not, and if we do, whether it's going to be a deep one or not. It's not knowable, and certainly, lower inflation reports, were they to continue for a period of time, would increase the likelihood of so I would put it this way, of a return to price stability that involves significantly less of an increase in unemployment than would be expected given the historical record.
Ryan.
Hi, Chairman Powell. Brian Chung, NBC News. You warned Americans of pain earlier this year as the Fed hikes rates, but with the Fed now expected to raise rates higher than you thought when you first said that, just wondering where we are in that pain. How would you describe that to Americans if the projections on unemployment find themselves? That would be 1.6 million Americans out of jobs.
So the largest amount of pain, the worst pain, would come from a failure to raise rates high enough and from us allowing inflation to become entrenched in the economy so that the ultimate cost of getting it out of the economy would be very high in terms of unemployment, meaning very high unemployment for extended periods of time, the kind of thing that had to happen when inflation really got out of control and the Fed didn't respond aggressively enough or soon enough in a prior episode, 50 years ago. So that's really the worst pain would be if we failed to act. What we're doing now is, it's raising interest rates for people. And so people are paying higher rates on mortgages and that kind of thing. There will be some softening in labor market conditions. And I wish there were a completely painless way to restore price stability. There isn't. And this is the best we can do. I do think, though, that and markets are pretty confident, it seems to me, that we will get inflation under control, and I believe we will. We're certainly highly committed to do that.
Grady.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Grady Trimble with Fox Business. You've reiterated today, and the committee has reiterated its commitment to that 2% inflation target. I wonder, is there ever a point where you actually reevaluate that target and maybe increase your inflation target if it is stickier than even you think it is?
That's just so changing our inflation goal is just something we're not thinking about. It's not something we're not going to think about. We have a 2% inflation goal, and we'll use our tools to get inflation back to 2%. I think this isn't the time to be thinking about that. I mean, there may be a longer run project at some point, but that is not where we are at all. The committee, we're not considering that. We're not going to consider that under any circumstances. We're going to keep our inflation target at 2%, and we're going to use our tools to get inflation back to 2%.
Nicole.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. Nicole Goodkind, CNN Business. As you monitor wage growth and unemployment data, I wonder if you're paying close attention to a sector or even income level. Like, how do you factor potential exacerbations of inequality into your risk calculations, especially given the K-shaped recovery of 2020?
So I would go back to the labor market that we had in 2018, 19, 20. So what that looked like was wage increases for the people at the lowest end of the income spectrum were the largest. The gaps between racial groups and gender groups were at their smallest in recorded history. All of that because of a tight labor market. A tight labor market which had inflation running, just a tick below 2%, and the economy growing right at its potential. So that seems like something that would be really good for the economy and for the country if we could get back to that. And so that's what all of us want to do. We want to get back to a long expansion where the labor market can remain strong over an extended period of time. That's a really good thing for workers in the economy, and we'd love to get back to that. That's what our goal is. There's in the near term, we have to use our tools to restore price stability, but we can't. What we have to think about is the medium and longer term. If you think about it, the country went through a difficult time. I think much more difficult than we can think it would happen here, but it really set up our economy for several decades of prosperity. So price stability is something that really pays dividends for the benefit of the economy and the people in it over a very, very long period of time. And so when it is lost for whatever reason, it has to be restored, and as quickly as possible, which is what we're doing.
In the short term, are you factoring in these potential exacerbations of inequality? Are you monitoring?
We do, yes, we absolutely do. We look at, it's our regular practice to talk about unemployment rates by different groups, including racial groups and that sort of thing. We do. We keep our eye on that.
Nancy.
Hi, Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. What would you do if the economy slows so much that we enter a recession before we see strong, consistent signs that inflation is slowing? In other words, stagflation.
So I don't want to get into too many hypotheticals, but it's hard to deal with hypotheticals. So let me just say that we have to use our tools to support maximum employment and price stability. I've made it clear that right now the labor market's very, very strong. You're at near a 50-year low. You're at or above maximum employment, in 50-year low in unemployment. Vacancies are very high. Wages, nominal wages are very high. So the labor market is very, very strong. Where we're missing is on the inflation side, and we're missing by a lot on the inflation side. So that means we need to really focus on getting inflation under control, and that's what we'll do. I think as the economy heals, the two goals come more into play. But right now, clearly the focus has to be on getting inflation down.
Greg.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. You spoke a little bit ago. You said that the U.S. it looks like we have a structural labor shortage in the economy. Could you expand on that? Talk a little bit more about that. And really, are you talking about getting Congress action on increasing like legal immigration, things like that? Thank you.
So what I meant by that, with structural labor shortage, is if you look at where we are now, as I mentioned. If you just look at demand for labor, you can look at vacancies plus people who are actually working, and then you can take supply of labor by are you in the labor market, are you looking for a job or have a job, and you're more than 4 million people short. We don't see, despite very high wages and an incredibly tight labor market, we don't see participation moving up, which is contrary to what we thought. So the upshot of all that is the labor market is actually. It's 3.5 million people at least smaller than it should have been based on pre-pandemic, just assume population and reasonable growth and aging of the population. Our labor force should be 3.5 million more than it is. And that there are lots of easy ways to get to bigger numbers than that if you go back a few more years. So why is that? Part of it is just accelerated retirements. People dropped out and aren't coming back at a higher rate than expected. Part of it is that we lost 500,000 people who would have been close to 500,000 who would have been working, who died from COVID. And part of it is that migration has been lower. We don't prescribe, it's not our job to prescribe things, but I think if you ask businesses, pretty much everybody you talk to says there aren't enough people. We need more people. So I tried to identify that in a speech I gave a month ago, but I stopped short of telling Congress what to do because, they gave us a job and we need to, do that job.
Thanks. Jennifer?
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. You say you expect growth of just 0.5% next year. Given that you've said the process of raising rates and getting inflation back under control will be painful, have you had discussions within the committee and addressed how long and or how deep of a recession you would be willing to accept?
No. I mean, what we do is we make our forecasts and we publish them quarterly. And if you look at those forecasts, those are forecasts for slow growth, for a softening labor market, by which I mean unemployment goes up, but not a great deal. And you see inflation coming down. You see rates going up a lot. You see inflation coming down. Those are those forecasts, and that's really what they show. We're not. We all, of course, we don't. Talk about this kind of a recession and that kind of a recession. We make those forecasts. The staff runs, and you will see this if you look at the old Teal books, runs alternative simulations of all different kinds at every meeting, and we look at those too. And those will explore different things. But that's just upside and downside scenarios. Of course, that's responsible practice that we've carried on for many decades. But no, we don't. We haven't asked ourselves that question.
We'll go to Jean for the last question.
Hi, Jean Young with Market News. I wanted to ask about the SEP again. If you are reaching peak rates around 5% in the first half of next year and inflation starts to decline materially, that would seem to make the real rate gradually more restrictive. Is that something that's built into the projections and into models? Is that something you would want to see?
So we do know that, of course, that's something that we know and we'd see. But as I mentioned, we wouldn't, I wouldn't see the committee cutting rates until we're confident that inflation is moving down in a sustained way. That would be my test. I don't see us as having a really clear and precise understanding of what the neutral rate is and what real rates are, so that it would mechanically happen like that. It'll be a test of, for cutting rates, I think in the event it'll be a question of, do we actually feel confident that inflation is coming down in a sustained way? Thank you very much.
All right, so that was that. I don't know what's going on with my mic. I'm sorry, guys. I can hear it too. I don't know where that's coming from. Let me know if you guys can hear that. It sounds like a fax machine. So nothing. Yeah, Randy, I think you're spot on. In the sense of, it's. I don't know. Those unemployment numbers. It's kind of strange, too. I love watching these things and watching CNBC at the same time and watching what they take out of it and put the headlines as. I don't know. Seemed pretty sugar-coated. Market coming back now, so we had gone back green on the SPY. The Dow now down a quarter, S&P down a quarter, NASDAQ down 0.3%. Yeah, my mind is, my brain feels broke after listening to so many dipshits the last 2 days. Liz Warren probably being the best of them. So now we'll hear all the people in suits and ties talking about this and how they dissecting it in a way that makes them look right, when the answer is just what Jay Powell said. No one knows what the hell's going to happen. He knows we're in a recession. He knows that he's just kicking the can at this point. It is what it is. Anyway. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Non-refundable. Makes perfect sense. They raised their target interest rate, the Fed, which that alone should tell you we're in trouble, but somebody got to Jay Powell and told him to take it easy. He wasn't too hawkish. Yeah. I like how they say how it's, you know what it is, Randy? It's the exact same thing as oil, right? When it goes up, they deflect. We don't have any control. When it comes down, they take a victory lap. So it's the same thing, right? They're talking out of both sides of their mouth. They're saying that our actions are working, but then out of the other side, which I think is more reasonable, they're saying, well, we won't see the actions. We won't see the results of these until midway into next year. So, these people are excellent at leaving things open-ended and making it appear like they're, I don't know. It's almost like every public figure is a philosophy major and just tries to pull Jedi mind tricks on us the way they talk. No, those aren't the interest rates you were looking for. And I am so sorry about this mic if you guys can hear this. I hope you can't, but Donald Trump making a major announcement tomorrow? See what that is. See what that is, Tiny. Who knows? Nothing would surprise me if Trump comes out and says in reality he is Batman. I would just be like, hey, that's par for the course. Well, you know what, Randy? I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago with this being kind of different than a typical last 2 weeks of the year, last 2.5 weeks of the year. We know even hedge funds, got crushed this year. Sure, there was ones that shorted, and I'm sure that there was successful hedge funds, but across the board, they didn't take. They put it this way: they weren't in the same position. They're not in the same position right now that they were in last year. So you're not seeing the dump off. You're not seeing the tax harvesting, in my opinion, that you would, that you probably seen last year, both retail and institutional. At this point last year, the market was just starting to drop pretty big from the end of November. So I think you had people around this time last year, maybe not panic selling, but saying, well, this, either I'm going to take these profits now or I'm going to take this loss now and be able to put it last year. Is it in? Did you send it to me, Tiny? Hold on. Only in America, Tiny. Only in America. Yeah, the laser beam eyeballs. What was on his chest? A T? Was it a T? Super Trump? Very strange. Very strange. Oh, you know I do, Tiny. You know I do. That was kind of North Korean-ish, though. That kind of looked like Kim Jong-un's Top Gun video. A little bit. So we've got 35 minutes left. All right, Tiny. Get to work. No, I sold them. They went down. I could have got about 5x for them, but I got about 3x. I could have got a lot more. I set my sell limit a little bit too high and just missed it. Then I had to adjust and sell them on the way down. They were still good. They were $35 puts that I sold for $99. But they were up around 160. Michael J., I will get on that. I know we have a lot of them in the OTC Trader FAM section, but that is a good idea to just make a individual section for pets. I am on it. Discord is not my forte, but I will. I'll make it happen. So the market coming back down now. The S&P back down 0.5%. NASDAQ down just a little bit more. Dow down. Whatchamacallit. Let's check this heat map. Still, for all this, a lot of green on the heat map. Semiconductors getting hit hard. Communications. Banks getting hit the hardest. Energy still up. Industrials, a lot of green there. Some green in healthcare. Consumer defensive green. So that little pump was probably just a way to eat up some of those premiums on dailies. I don't doubt that. Hold on a second, guys. My dogs are wilding out. I might have a package at the door. Give me 1 second here real quick. All right, sorry about that. Birdie Hunter, what's up, Birdie? How you doing, buddy? So, still celebrating, Birdie. Still celebrating 7.1% inflation. Everything's good. Nothing to be worried about. Well, the gentleman on CNBC is saying we're seeing a resilient consumer and labor market. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how resilient the consumer and the labor market is. You're going to have loan delinquencies, credit card delinquencies at 15-year highs. Labor market, we see layoffs every other day. You can't name a company that we follow that hasn't had massive layoffs already. Maybe McDonald's, something like that. Yeah, they're hiring. 21 Fahrenheit. Ooh. Be able to skate on the canals from Friday. Beautiful. Yes, Bertie, I would love to hear what happened to those farmers, how that's playing out as we get closer to the end of the year. And when it's all said and done today, we've got Apple down just about 2%, Microsoft about even, Amazon down 1.5%, Tesla down almost 3%. Google down 0.5%, Berkshire down almost 1%, Meta up 1%, United Health down 1/3%. I can't call it. I can't call it. I don't know what to expect the rest of the year now after today. Maybe we get another catalyst. Maybe we just trade sideways from here on out. Close the year right around this the $400 mark on the SPY, the $4,000 mark on the S&P. If we do see any upside, I would expect the Nasdaq to gain the most. They've been hit the hardest so far this year, so they got the most catching up to do. The Dow out of the three of them in the best shape. So Bitcoin having trouble getting over that, getting and holding over that 18,000 mark, 17,774. Bitcoin, lot of crypto FUD in that meeting today. Some of it warranted, some of it maybe a little bit over the top, like Liz Warren, but it'll all definitely play into effect as crypto regulation continues to go through the system. Hey, there's some green. We got AMC in the green, 577, up under 1%. Ape still up, but back under that 90-cent mark, 88.73 cents on Ape. GameStop, can't stop, won't stop. It stopped. Up 0.25%, 21.06. Mullen, though, Mullen hanging tough, trying to hold those 20% gains going into the close, up over 1/4 on Mullen. Yeah, I feel you, tennis. I feel you. Way down this week, averaging down for the long haul. May take a while. Yeah, and it's looking like it's just going to be, a long process, a slow bleed, like we've already kind of went through. Ah, nice, Birdie. Implementation of the new software went according to plan. 4 different programs that need to communicate, 100% accurate. Just use QuickBooks, Birdie. From name, address, bank account of the employee till the salary payment and invoices to the clients, all new software. Well, tomorrow, the big day. Hopefully those tests go good, Birdie, and everything gets up and running. Hopefully you can learn from some of FTX's mistakes. Very happy for you, Birdie. Very happy. And just look what a difference a year makes, Birdie. Look at where you were last year. Not that you were in a bad place or anything like that by any means. But look at where you were last year, coming up on the holidays, to what you've accomplished this past year. Very good. Very proud of you. And I think that'll make for a great holiday season. Hopefully there's no thievery like there was last year when Florence got his bike stolen. That was that put a damper on the holidays in one sense, Birdie, but in the other sense, it was a moment I'll never forget. Watching so much outpouring of love and stuff. The farmers are still very angry. Yeah, so I seen kind of what they want to do. I don't know if that was an artist rendering or what that was, Birdie. What they want to do with the farmland over there. Interesting stuff, to say the least. Interesting stuff. 13 minutes, guys. 13 minutes. And we can put the first half of Judgment Week to bed. Now, we do still get some data tomorrow and Thursday. I don't think it should have much of an effect. And now we've got a 2-month break before the next FOMC. So we might see a Fed representative put a statement out here or there in regards to inflation, but we're not going to hear much about it. So PROK. Oh yeah, down just 15% just today. DWAC holding those gains. So is that tomorrow? That's tomorrow, Tiny Boxes, if you're out there. That Trump has a major announcement. Okay. So your election cycle, getting close to your midterm elections over there, March 15th. It'll be a hammering of the sitting government. Poll says they will lose 55% of their seats. Well, hopefully you guys have all the top-notch voting regulations and whatnot, like we do here in the States, Birdie, to ensure a free and fair election. Wink, wink. Even energy all gone red now. All the big boys. You got Devon and Pioneer up just a little bit. Hescorp down. Phillips down. Valero down. Concord Phillips, Oxy, Chevron, all down, all under 1%. No big action there. Autos, with the exception of Mullen. Everything else, a lot of red. Polestar down 5.5%. Centro down 4.5%. GM down 1%. Ford down almost 1%. Lucid down 3.5%. NIO down just over 1%. Rivian down 1.5%. And Tesla down 2.5%. Nine minutes, guys. CEITA? Let's take a look at it, GTA. Let's see what we can figure out. Not much good to report on there, GTA. I could do it John Madden style. So here's where you're at now. You want to at least get maybe up to here. Probably not gonna. I do gotta look into that article you sent me though, GTA. Now, were those? I was driving when I seen it. Were those? Was that a separate incident than the Zach Morris thing? It's probably gonna do one of these. GTA. See, we're here on CEI. We've been here for a while. What we need is we need oil to spike, and then CEI will go like that a little bit. We'll be back over 11 cents in no time. Guarantee it. Not financial advice. But were those different people? And what was it, 8? I'm assuming that they may be the same people because I know Morris was involved with CEI and a plethora of other stocks. Okay, that was Zach Morris and his buddies. Okay. Yeah, so I remember when they pushed out, they pumped and dumped CEI pretty hard. You know, it was a big part of the reason why it was why CEI got pushed up to $2-3. But that's the thing about when stuff like this happens. Like, I'm glad to see justice served in that end. But at the same time, the SEC has time to investigate and go after social media influencers, but don't have, which I'm not saying what they're doing is right by any means. It's very wrong, but those people are being found. You know what I mean? Somebody's going to them and finding them for financial advice, which, again, I agree that should be looked at, that should be prosecuted, all that good stuff. But when the people that are regulating stuff are doing this and you're doing nothing about FINRA, you're doing like, I don't know. Yeah, there is. There is none. It's all smoke and mirrors. Yeah, tweeting it and pumping and then dumping and shorting. Yep. 485. 63 weeks ago. And now what do you think's going to happen with that, GTA? Do you think Camber Energy is going to get any of that? Do you think the investors of CEI that got duped are going to get any of that? Again, maybe they get an EA Sports style, here's some crumbs. Who gets rich off of it? Who do those fines go to? Oh, they keep the lights on at the SEC, right? Right? Is that how that works? Like police auctions? New Schmovid regulations were up for voting today. All major measures like lockdowns had to be taken out to get it to a voting. So yes, there's progress. Now let's vote the guys responsible for last year's out of their positions. I believe it. Hey, I could do a lot with 9 employees. GTA, think about it. Think about what you could accomplish if you had 9 more of yourselves or 8 more of yourselves. Think about it that way. And what you got to remember too, GTA, when we look at those number of employees, sometimes that number can be a farce. So if you deal with companies that subcontract a lot of their work, stuff like that. I'm not saying that's the case with CEI. I don't know it enough in depth, but that could be misleading. I'm just saying in the future. My man, non-refundable, even on a wild day like this, coming in with that 420 super chat. Much love, Non. Happy hump day. Happy hump day. Only 2 hump days left before Christmas. And my son had Secret Santa or Santa's workshop today. So he's officially bought more Christmas presents than I have so far. He's ahead of the game, or I'm just really behind the game. The other big one too with GTA, SNES. Was it SNES or SESN? Sesson Bio, I think it was. SESN. Yeah, them and they were pumping it. Bilderberg got involved in that. They put out all that fake information that people died in clinical trials. And the thing is, you can't recuperate that, right? So you can't justify when an event like that happens. You know, when this happens because of Zach Morris and Bilderberg and people like that are putting blatantly false stuff out there and then shorten the stock beforehand, then putting out lies. They did the same thing with Mullen. You know, they were big on the Mullen, putting all that stuff out there about the battery being non-existent, this, that, and the other thing. And now there are logistical questions that go along with it, but putting out a statement that just says the battery doesn't exist. They put one lie that said the range wasn't anywhere close to what they said it was, and then they doubled down on that and said, oh, it doesn't even exist. And they were lies. They were lies. Now, I'm not saying Mullen has everything in order and there's not questions that need to be asked, but the way they do it, and we've talked about this before, they put those reports out through third-party news organizations, and then you get the Reuters, the Market Watches, the Benzingas. They pick them up under the guise of we're running a third-party story, our hands are clean, and then the first line will always be, this is the opinion of the author, not factual. And then they'll tell you all this stuff. They'll play it out as if it's all factual, all this stuff about a company, and then they'll reveal at the very end that they're short in the company. And that's why they're talking so much shit. Oh, France beat Morocco in the semifinals, so all major cities will be broken down by Moroccan fans tonight. They did it after their victories, so follow the news. Paris, Brussels, Amsterdam's coming hours. Okay, so you guys are just like us over here. We kind of riot if we win, riot if we lose. There's no rhyme or reason to it. $20 seconds left, guys. Be sure to close out any positions, anything that you got to do before the final bell. So it's France and Brazil, France and Argentina. I mean, how's that one work, Bertie? Does France have anybody that gets all the calls like Messi, or is it just going to be a Messi fest over there in the final? And when is that final, by the way? I have to watch that. All right, there's the final bell. It's finally done. Already starting, Randy. Maybe you're right with a run after hours. All right, a couple people having a cheer. Not financial advice, but gold is getting very scarce. Good coming half year. Yeah. You're not the only one I'm hearing saying that, Bertie. You're not the only one I'm hearing saying that. Well, guys, it has been it's been a day. Been a day. Tomorrow, I guess we return to normal. Actually, there is a House Financial Committee meeting tomorrow. I'm not sure what it's on. I don't think it's anything relative, so probably won't watch that. Ain't got to worry about Jay Powell for a couple months now. And that's about it. That's about it. So, yeah, I am going to go hang out with the boy. I haven't had him the last couple nights. I've been doing some work. So I'm going to go hang out with him. Uganda, yeah, that's why it's so important. Where is Uganda? Yeah, so keep an eye on that, tennis. Like I said, it's very strange because and we talked about this yesterday, when cryptocurrency is pitched, it's always, oh, you want to send money to Africa, you want to make a transaction in Africa. And I'm not knocking Africa by any means. It's just it's strange that they always use that example. Uganda, though, we know about the gold down there. And GTA, how was the democracy there in Uganda? Because I feel like with the gold that's been discovered there, democracy is probably going to be on the table. So, hopefully we can free the Ugandan people. France has Mbappe, the current best player in the world. Final is Friday. So what's that, about 4 o'clock my time? So right after the yeah, democracy. That stuff the U.S. spreads when there's a natural resource that we want to get our hands on. You remember we spread 20 years of it in Afghanistan. It's called democracy, GTA, when we invade a country. Well, we'll make sure that those people we'll make sure to bridge the gap between both of those people. We'll make it so that there's people who eat and people who die. We'll make sure that the people who eat also die. Yes, poker tonight in the Discord. Be there, be square. Well, that's Birdie. You seen the Chinese rolling out the red carpet for the Saudis to try to start buying oil, not with the U.S. dollar. Yeah, you know what's up, tennis. You know what's up. Well, and see, like, it's a slippery slope because I think outside sources should intervene in a positive way. GTA, when you have a low income country who has a great natural resource, but it's not done the way that it should be. You know what I mean? Like, those people should all benefit off of it, and it should be set up in a way. But come on. I mean, Nestle buys the water, for crying out loud. You know what I mean? Check some of the ownership of the Clinton Foundation and water down in South America. Friggin' water. It's not talked about a lot. People that buy the rights to water in countries and then sell that water back to the people. Look into it, Eddie Bravo style. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be. I mean, like I always say, if you want to go down a good rabbit hole, look into Libya, look into Gaddafi, look into what his ideas were, what he was trying to do. Don't go too close to the tall bush. I'm not going anywhere near Uganda. No offense to Ugandans. I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to get on no bota. None of that. I'm good right where I'm at. And you know, see, I love these experts. Headline right here. They've got Joey the jerk off on here. And he just said Fed rates have peaked. Fed rates have peaked. So the people that literally do the rate increases, Jerome Powell and the other 17 or whatever it was, 12 people that voted that it's going to not only go higher than it's at now, higher than 5%, but because this guy gets paid to shill by some company out there or some entity, he's going to come on and say, don't even pay attention to that. They're wrong. Everything's good. Unbelievable. Unbelievable that these people have jobs. Unbelievable that they have the right to go on the air and preach this bullshit. All right, I'm turning my TV off. I'm checking out for today. The market is dead to me for now. Water costs 5 times more than beer in Argentina. Shocked when I were there. Lots of friends in South America. Oh yeah, the Congo. That's a whole nother situation. Yeah, Birdie was shocked by Argentina too. I'm still shocked by that penalty kick, Birdie. That's just heartbreaking, GTA. That's just heartbreaking that still exists. You know what I mean? That there is more than enough wealth, resources, everything, that there should not be a child in this world living in poverty. Not in this world. Not anywhere. Not in any country. Not in any city. That's just awful. Awful. Yes, enjoy tennis. Enjoy. I'm going to the market has cement shoes. Yeah. All right, guys. It has been a great day. So, son of a nutcracker, I'm going to go and try to get myself into the Christmas spirit a little bit. I've been a little grinchy lately, but you know what? I'm going to go hang out with the boy and be thankful for what I do have. All this stuff that we discuss that's out of our hands every day. I know it gets to be a lot, but you know, let's not worry about that. There's a time and a place too. We'll worry about that between the hours of 9 and 4 tomorrow. But for tonight, let's be a little bit thankful for what we do have. And go out there and appreciate it. That's all. And you know what? You guys are always a big part of what I'm thankful for in my life. Can't thank you enough for spending your time with me. And let's do it all over again tomorrow. All right, fam. Much love. Tomorrow's a new day. And hopefully we see some green. All right, guys. Have a great night. See you in the morning.